Okay. Wow. My apologies. It was a super long while I was away there, so apologies to anyone that's already been in the stream. Just grabbed myself a nice big cup of tea. It is 23 past 12, so it's just past midnight in the UK right now. So it's a bit crazy that I'm doing a stream at this time, but I don't know. I thought it could be nice to do a nice late stream. I'm just gonna try and go until I start getting tired and eventually fall asleep. So hopefully I won't fall asleep on stream, but if it happens, it happens. But I'll probably just log off at that point. I just want to quickly sort out my camera a little bit here. Nice. I think that's a little bit better. Actually, bear with me. Let me just sort this out. Okay, that's much better. Yes, there we go. Okay, and now I can actually bring it back down a little bit. I was wondering why it was so Strange. Set up my hat as well. Okay, so let's have a look at where I got up to. I think in the last stream, I have been doing some stuff off stream as well, but so that's the design. Let's find this. So one thing is that the site, so the what I was building, I've now just got it up on my main domain now. So yeah, it's looking alright. So we've got some nice transitions going on. So this I added after the last stream, I think. Just did like another hour or two, adding some. No, it's about an hour, just messing with like frame of motion and testing out a few different things. So we've got that, and then when you actually load the site, you get the nav bar loads in as well. But then apart from that, you get just like these kind of route transitions. The only thing I'm trying to figure out, which I couldn't quite get done, was like I actually would prefer to have it as being like, instead of having that snappy change and then the next like page or route or whatever load in, I'd rather have like a fade out. I don't know, it's all right, but to me it just feels a little bit choppy. But like an example is like this dude. I'm always showing this guy stuff, by the way, but like if you look on this like quite closely, you'll see that his like route transitions kind of like they fade out. It's like that faded out there, instead of like the other way around where it just like snaps off and then the other page loads in. So you get much of like a smooth, I don't know, it just looks a bit smoother this way. So I'm figuring that out. So might do something like that in a bit. But what I really want to get done actually, what I'd like to try out is, I came across this recently, Emil Kowalski, who's made some really awesome stuff. And so he recreated this, let me just switch it to dark mode because I prefer, yeah, there we go. So he created this, or recreated like Vercel's tab component and this really nice hover transition that they have. And so he's got a tutorial on how to do that. So I was thinking, oh, that'd be actually pretty cool to have, and I think that could fit in quite nicely with these. So far at the moment, what I did in the last streams, I managed to get it so that when we change the route, we're matching the path name of the route with the href, and then we're highlighting that path so that, you know, as you switch, it kind of lights up, which is really nice. But I think we can go a step further. Like, these are some nice subtle hover transitions, but you know, I thought actually maybe we can actually get it to a point where we've got something a bit more interesting. So that's why I'm going to try this out, give it a go. We'll go through this post and we'll try and get that done probably within like an hour. Hopefully a bit less actually. But that's the first thing. The second thing I want to do as well is, and this will just probably involve a little bit of copying code. I want to, so at the moment when we go to mobile view, like everything works, but we have no way of actually navigating routes. So we've still got the theme switcher, so I want to switch that out with a menu, and then so like that can be in the menu, but I want to have a menu that obviously has like the navigation to the different pages. So that's the other thing that I'll try and do. That will involve like a little bit of some work with focus trapping as well, just to make sure that it stays within like the navigation panel. I mean, it'll make sense a bit later on when we get a bit more into it. But yeah, so that's the aim for that. And then if I'm not literally half asleep by then I'll jump over to my design system project, and there's like a bunch of components that I've worked on this portfolio. So in the meanwhile, that I'll just copy over basically. I mean, most of that I could probably do in my own time, but I think it would just be nice to just do it and kind of walk through that code base. Okay, so let's start with the tabs, because that would be cool. So I'm gonna open up the project here, and yeah, everything's been pushed up, so that's great. And so I will just pop that there, and I'll just pop that off to the side here. Okay, it would be nice to see the full thing actually. Let's just have it like Cool. All right. So, yeah, looks good. I want to probably change this a little bit as well. It feels like a little bit. it's way too close to the top. So I think this is our. This would be like. And one thing to note as well that I keep forgetting is that like this isn't actually the best representation of smaller screen sizes. So even if I go down to that, like that looks like a mobile size, but because of the, I think it's something to do with the dimensions, it doesn't actually correctly like represent how your stuff might show up on things like iPhones and tablets. So the best thing is just to use the DevTools and just to like select whatever view you want from there. So I'm going to do that. But you know, you can still see here that like, I don't know, it just looks a bit too close to the top with this. It's fine for like the iPhone views, I think. Like it looks fine there, but I think when like once we start getting to iPad like sizes, I wouldn't. Maybe even this could probably be a little bit higher. Like that feels a little too low down. So I think we'll meet in the middle with that. And what I'll do is, I want to be so that's the container. And here we are. So this is where we're using breakpoints to just define the padding, basically. So I can just create another one, not CSS. I don't want that. I would like to breakpoint 2 and so breakpoint 2 is like this iPad size. And okay, so let's think about this. So with our scales, these go up in multiples of 4, right? It's 4 times 3. Is it 4s? I think it's 4. I think it would be 12. Let's have a look. Fast space 3. 0.75 RAM. That is. Yeah, that's 12, right? That's 12. That is 12. So cool. I mean, we could. Let me just try and see what it looks like with 16 pixels. So that's not gonna. It's not gonna work here anyway. Now it should. I haven't seen any difference though. Is this working? No. Maybe this is breakpoint 3. No, I think it's breakpoint 2. I don't think it's breakpoint 3, but yeah, it's definitely not breakpoint 3. So breakpoint 3 is like this iPad Pro. Okay, that's interesting. I don't really know what's happening there. Might have to give it a quick refresh. Okay, no, it's fine. Cool. I just want to mess around with this and just check that this is working. Okay, so for some reason that's not. Oh, I know why. I haven't even started up the server, guys. Let's go back to breakpoint 3 there. So that's probably why nothing is changing, because that's literally the site. And I'm a bit of an idiot. I mean, we've just started and I'm evidently already very, very tired. It's cool. So let's just jump back to the DevTools. Okay, so now we're in business. Okay, so now we can see it's looking a bit like that's definitely sort of way too in. I think that's fine. 2 is probably a bit close. Not too bad, but let's just stick with 12. And then iPad. So iPad, we're a little bit more in here, I think. Yeah. So I might just do like, let's try 24. Let's try double that. Did that work? Yeah, it did. Sorry, 24. So that would probably be a bit better. And then I'm right with that for now. And then this, yeah, this is a bit wild. Let's try like 16. Oh yes, of course. Actually, we also want to. What happens if I just put everything as padding top? I think. For these, yeah, for these sizes, we still want just padding, don't we? So if I just put padding top, I think it will just try to. No, that's all right. Okay. For some reason though, Like it's not changing on this side, which is interesting. Okay, in that case, let's go back to padding. So is this breakpoint 4? Oh, okay. So it seems that because I think I did change my breakpoints. I should really be referring back to them here just to make life a bit easier. So breakpoints were defined down here. Oh, so okay. This seems that this is 1024. Okay, so iPad Pro is 1024. I always think it's 992. So how about MacBook Pro? What's that? That's 1280. I see. So what we might want to do here is just switch some things around. I'm going to change that to 1280. So that I know that breakpoint 4 is MacBook and breakpoint 3 is the iPad Pro kind of size. So now that just makes this a little bit easier. There we go. So now I can just make that like maybe 6. I'm going to keep going. 8. Yeah, that's fine. I think that is fine. So that's 8 on the iPad, 6, and then on iPhone we've got like 3, which is, so that's like 12px, that's 24, and that's 32. And then here we've got, well, on the like MacBook Pro onwards, we have got actually even MacBook Pro. So even MacBook Pro, I actually checked this on my MacBook. It just feels like it's a little bit low down. So maybe we might want to half that, make that 16. Yeah, that looks better. And then on desktop, it looks much better now. So if we just cross that off now, that's what that looks like here. So there we go. Yeah, that looks a lot better. So that's cool. Okay, so that's that little thing sorted. And now we can, let's get into looking at how we can create these really nice hover transitions where it kind of glides onto the next one. So I'm actually just gonna try and do atomic commits here. So I'll just commit that little bit of work because that is done essentially. So we just updated the container padding. So use my conventional commits and just refactor. I think we'll be fine. Just say update container padding. And I'll just quickly just add a note to say updated container padding and replaced BP4. And I'll just say an added new value to BP4. Well, that's fine. That will do. Okay, cool. So, okay, let's get to this little thing. So this is what we want to do now. So let's start at the beginning of this. So, excuse me. We'll jump down to the how it works thing. So, okay, the bounding box of the highlighted tab and wrapper are being stored in state. Each time the highlighted tab changes, the component re-renders and applies new styles to the highlighter. Cool, so straightforward enough. So let's do this in the navbar component for now. I think after we do this, like, because it's probably likely that I would be reusing this in some other places, we could just essentially turn it into some kind of like hook. But for now, I'll just kind of go the co-location route and just have everything in the navbar, because that's where, like, that's the only thing I'm currently concerned with doing. Well, that's all we have right now in terms of like anything that would need to be hovered across. So let's create. I mean, we could do this. We could do this Would we do this for each item? Okay, let's just I'm just going to create a new component. I'm just going to create a new component at the top here called... Yeah, I'll just create it at the top. I'm going to call it... I need to clean up like the toggle button stuff. Like just looks a little bit messy right now, but we'll fix that. So we'll just call it like... what was I going to call it? Hoverbox or something. Okay, and then we want to we can literally just copy this stuff, to be honest. Cool. So we've got the bounding box, the wrapper bounding box, and highlight tab. Cool. Okay. Cool. So that's that first bit done. So to calculate the highlights position, we subtract the left property of the wrapper from the right. Left property of the wrapper from the left property of the highlight tab. Okay, that way we get the distance between them, and we can use that to move the highlighter like this. Interesting. That's cool. Okay. That way we get distance between them. Cool. Okay. So we can use that. Yeah, okay, so yeah, the hover box is like the wrapper, right? So I think we would add this to its CSS. Okay. So I'll come back to that bit in a second. I just want to kind of get the general gist of like of how the pieces fit together, more or less. Okay. So if we look closely, the animation duration on first hover is set to 0, which makes it even more sophisticated. Look at the GIF below to see how it would look if the duration didn't change. Cool, okay. So to tackle this issue, we declared a state variable called is hovered from null when highlight tab is not set. Cool. So we can now assign the correct transition duration like this. Interesting. And then to change the direction of our highlight, all we need to do is calculate the distance from top to left side. Okay. And then he just shows like a little example of how that's working. Cool. Okay, so I'm going to go back and just kind of have a look at... Versus tab components will be first with more coming soon. Okay, let me go back into like how it works, the bounding box. Tab. To calculate. Okay, we'll have a quick look at this code. Oh, that's awesome. That's so cool. I love that little like transition as well. Wow. Love that. Okay. Let's check out the demo and see how this is working in the field. Okay. So he's got a component called tabs. Okay, so bounding box, set bounding box, highlight ref. Cool, okay. Cool. So you want to add the, it's hovered from null. So we don't need the React bit. And then, so we use some refs to, we're using those two to tabs nav. Where's that coming from? Okay, so that's just, okay, it's just a div. A div, cool, const tab equals a. Cool, so then tabs highlight. Relative. Okay, so that's just like a, this is the thing that we're really interested in. Is cool. Okay. So let me just kind of extend this for a second. Is there a way I can maybe get this stuff out of the way a little bit? There we go. It's much better. Okay. I can do that, can't I? Cool. Alrighty. Okay. So I'll do my best to understand what's going on here. I mean, at the end of the day, I could just copy all this stuff, but I kind of would like to have like a little bit of an understanding of what exactly is going on with the code here. So let me just. Hey, welcome. Is it Jackler? Jackler, I think. Hey, welcome. I'm just working on my portfolio right now. This is currently what it's looking like. So the past couple of streams, just Jack. Okay, cool, cool. All right, welcome, Jack. Yeah, so this is what I've got so far. So we've got light mode, dark mode. We've got just a little bit of info, a bit of navigation as well. Some sort of subtle animations going on with frame of motion. And right now we're just trying to get like this really nice. Sort of like these like shifting tabs, like you can see like the really nice animations, which I actually found on a guy called Emil Kowalski's blog. So I thought it could just work really nicely for. Oops, that's the design file. Just close that down. I thought it could work really nicely for my like navigation up here. So, oh, thank you, appreciate that. Nice, nice. And what sort of stack are you using, Jack? To build yours. Cool, so let me, we've got this reposition highlight function. Well, you know what, for now, okay, you know what, I'll understand this later. Let's just kind of get this stuff copied first. And we'll just see if we can get it, because we still have to get it working with like the actual nav menu items. So, oh, nice, cool. What's your like what styling solution are you using? Are you just using? Oh, nice. Thanks for posting that. Sorry, I'll get my Nightbot to shut up. Check that out. Okay, I don't want Discord. I want to. Right. Nice. Oh yeah, this is cool. Yeah, I like this, Jack. This is really nice. Yeah, I like the font that you're using as well. It's cool. Was it? Oh, okay. He's using Inter. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I'm actually using Inter as well for headings. I think. Yeah, I'm using Inter for headings, and then I think it's a font called Manrope for like the body text, which I just found recently, which I really like. But yeah, this is really cool. I like the layout as well of the different projects. So yeah, awesome stuff. And the buttons app looks cool. Yeah, I like all these different buttons. Sweet. I might actually have to use this actually, because yeah, I'm always looking for ideas for like different kinds of buttons, and I'm actually currently building like a little design system at the moment. So yeah, it could be cool to have like a little play around with that. Yeah, it's actually, you know what, I'll share a resource with you, Jack, that I found really useful. So if you go to Fontesk, I'll drop it in here as well, just so you can access that. Hopefully I don't get told off by my own bot. And you can actually search by like fonts that are free for personal use and free for commercial use. So that can be really handy. And they've actually got like quite a wide range of fonts from what I imagine. Like I think most of them have the full like font family. Some of them they only have subsets. Like they only have like maybe a couple of weights. But for the ones that I've downloaded so far, I've actually found like pretty much I've been able to get the whole family, the font families from them. So you can also just search as well. Like if you want sans, you can kind of, so something similar to Inter, you can get. Yeah, I only discovered it I think maybe a couple of weeks ago. And so like you can see like you get all these, and they kind of show you as well. Like for the most part, they show you like what it looks like in text and the different characters and stuff like that. So yeah, it's quite a neat resource. Yeah, definitely. I think it, you can hopefully get quite a bit of inspiration as how to use them. But that's what I've been using recently. Yeah, so I found that helpful. So I need to also get rid of this. And oh yeah, okay. TypeScript's not happy with me. So what are these things? Awesome. So reposition highlights. So let's go back to actually see if we can decipher what these things are, so that we can just type them a little bit. So clear, true. So I know that this is like I can't remember. Is it? I know it's an event, but I'm just thinking what the actual typing is. I don't know what it is. I'll have a little search in a second. For now, just to get TypeScript out, just type them as any. I'll come back to that though. I'll just say like add proper typings here. This is like a little reminder. And we need to also import useref as well. Oh, just threw my mouse across the desk. Oops. So that should work now. I don't know why it's possibly null. So where it's possibly null, I really like that TypeScript does this. You just have to put, is it a question mark before the dot, after the dot? You just put it somewhere. Wait, is it current? That's object. Yeah, I thought it was before. Is it not before? Maybe it's after. Is that it? Do we have to do it again? Is it the other side? I can never remember. Yeah, I think. Is it happy with that? Does not exist on type never. Get bounding. Get bounding client rect. Okay. So just to be clear on this, yeah, that's a method on the current object. Okay. Means for ref object null. I don't know. So what type? I'll have a look at how we can type userefs, and then we can get that little bit figured out. I might just try and do the same here. If I can just, we're definitely ignoring TypeScript here. Can I put that as any? Yeah. Okay, we'll do that for now. We'll do it for now. But obviously, technically, that's not good. I'm just cheating the compiler right now, but it's fine. I mean, I trust that this works because it seems to be working here. So Cool. So we can assign the current. Now, I don't know if you did this bit in the. Well, I don't know if I saw it or not, but. So okay. So highlighted stars as an empty object. Okay. Oh, so is this how you do it with star components? You just attach like the dot. That's interesting. So with stitches, we would just open up the CSS prop and basically put that stuff in there. So that's the way of doing it. Cool. Okay. All right, let's give it a go then. So what I'm gonna do is, so in this return we want, let's just jump straight to the return for a second, and we'll create. I'm trying to think here because, like, obviously this is just a bit of a contrived example, but like we want something specific for this use case where I've already got like a nav menu, so we want to kind of get it to jive well with this because we're doing a couple of things here, so we've got like a bit of motion going on. So what I might do is, so that's cool. So reset highlight. What I might do is just have, yeah, so I'll have the tabs nav as being, maybe being the UL, and then we'll have like a motion, we'll have a motion div wrapper instead of the motion UL. I think that could work well. Could we do that? Yeah, I guess so. I'm just trying to think of how we can now. So I suppose you can wrap the, or we could just change the name of nav menu item. That's not. I guess that's not such a bad idea. It would be nice to have all of these things kind of in one place, roughly. So I don't want to split things up too much, but we have got like a little bit going on here in the nav menu items themselves. But what we could do is we could wrap them in a. I'm not really going to overthink this bit, to be honest. I think I just want to kind of get to the finish line here with this. So what I'll do, I think for now, is I'll just basically maybe rename the components, and I think that should, for the most part, it should work, because like, yeah, they're just kind of, most of them are aliases anyway with a bit of styling, so we don't need to use like the tab names, or we can just rename things to like tab. So what I'll do in that case is I'm gonna have to split things up a little bit differently, but that's generally fine. Or I could allow it to take children and then pass in, allow it to take children, and then down here we pass in, so I think we could pass the nav menu inside it, and then we'd have to wrap, or yeah, we would have to still do stuff with the tab. Let's keep it all in the same place. I'm just going to copy all of this, and we can just rework it. It's fine. We'll get to something that works. So obviously we don't know about any of these things yet, so we need to create those, which is absolutely fine. Cool. So let's have a look for the tab. Okay, so that's a style there. Cool. And so for the tab, really, I don't think. Yeah, so for the tab, let's have a look at what's going on. Yeah, we don't need to do. So for the tab, that's fine. Yeah, that's more of like a. We can just keep that as like the nav menu item, I believe. So what we can do there is probably just passing like the same props that we would from the nav menu. That's one way of working. So this is going to kind of like. So I'm just going to say, yeah, okay, we'll call this tabs then. call this tabs instead. And we're gonna kind of and let's just get this close to the other stuff as well. So it's just we're making life a little bit easier for ourselves at least. I'm just gonna cut that and paste it down here with the rest of the nav stuff. So cool. So what we can do here is just create this. So this tabs navigation thing is just like a wrapper. So we can probably, let's think about this here. Let's make this the tabs nav, and we'll have to pass some props down. So because currently we're not able to actually access these things, so the props will just be on the motion.ul because it's still like a HTML element, so it will take in that like that ref and that on a mouse leaf. That should work for us. And then so once that's done, now we need this kind of tabs highlight, which is the main guy. So if we look here, we can see like the typical styling of that. And this would be, I guess, like, yeah, it'd be like a little div wrapper around each item. So what I could do there is actually just make this. Could I? Yeah. You can. I'm just basically trying to make things as easy as possible here. I don't want to end up passing things too far down. Let's create this tabs highlight. What we can actually just do is just equals. So in a similar way that we do that he's doing here, and this is what I like about Stitches, is that if you're coming from style components, it's just very, very similar. So where you've got style div there, in the same way you actually just pass it into like a function and you write your CSS after. So instead of using the backticks, we use like object format. I mean, we do the same thing here, but obviously it's a little bit different. So it's very, very similar. And like you could technically just copy all this stuff. The only thing is that it doesn't take semicolons; it takes commas instead. But obviously, I have my own kind of my own styling to that. I don't know if we need to position them relative, but let's keep going with this anyway. So what can I add to this? So first thing I'm thinking of is border radius. And let's just add like a medium. Oh, that's my bad. And we want to add the background. It's essentially going to be transparent, right? Nope. Don't know why I'm getting all of this stuff showing up. That's weird. And then I think on hover we want to change it, but we need to do that. We need to do that on the like component level where we can actually programmatically put that stuff in. And then we can do like a little ease and transition as well. So we'll copy that stuff. And then let me just copy and refactor. Don't want that end bit. So what we can just do here is going to go a bit crazy. Oh. And then we can just change that as well. Add some commas. And change that to transition property like that. And it should be alright with us now. And now we can, so in the tabs nav, we might want this. Yes, I think I got it. Oh, this would work well. Okay, this kind of works well. So what we can actually do, I think this would be alright, is actually get rid of the div, make it a styled li, so make it a styled list. So we're keeping things semantic here, and this list item is just, I don't know what I'm doing. This list item is basically just a li component that I've just turned into like a like the normal sort of component you find in like a kind of design system. So that's all that is. Like it has nothing else on it other than the fact that it's an li, so it's completely unstyled because we don't really need it to be. But obviously now we can swap it with the tabs highlight, so that makes it a lot easier now. We don't have to really change too much. Because like we don't care from like the user level, like meaning like me when I come to maybe use this in a different component, we don't really care about the logic behind like what makes this possible, like what makes the hovers possible. We just care about consuming that, so we can just actually hide this tabs highlight within the nav menu item, and that way we still get like access to, because what we really care about is being able to pass in a href and knowing that when we switch tabs that's going to highlight to the like the certain like route it's on. Like that's the underlying sort of logic that's happening within the nav menu component. So here we're checking, like I said earlier, we're checking the path name against the href, and we're highlighting like the current path basically. So with tabs highlight, we don't really care too much about that. So instead, what we can do. So the only thing is obviously passing these refs. That's the only potential issue that we would have. But I suppose what we can do is, I mean, let's think about this here for a second, because so we could even do that. We could create like a little data thing with like the routes. I've never really thought of that much actually, but that could be cool. He's done it at the top here. You've got like, so that's like the route that you want to navigate to, and like the name, so like the title and the value of where you want to go, which is a nice way of doing it, to be honest. And I suppose the only thing is, I mean, we could still do that programmatically, and that would make things like a lot easier. So, do you know what? I'm in the spirit of trying new things. So let's do this. Let's go now, and I think this is our. No, so we've already got a data file, but this is going to be nav.ts, right? So in a similar way, let's say const. I'm just going to say nav items. So navigation item or nav data, either one. I would call it tabs data, but I don't want to get like, I want to kind of keep it semantic and know exactly what that uses for. So these will all be hard coded, of course. But we can create like a title, and then we can create a value as well. And so we can just copy that over a couple of times. At the moment we've got what, 3 routes. So we've got the title, so we've got home and the value slash, and then we've got projects with value slash projects, and then we've got it's not happy for some reason. Happy now. It has no side effects. Okay, is that the only thing? Can't find name value. Sorry, let me just export this for a second and see what that fixes. Am I doing that correctly? Yeah. Is it TypeScript that's not happy? I get that, but I can't understand why it can't find the name value. On line 1. Ah, thank you. Thank you. Of course, of course. So I want that to open. Thank you for catching that. I was wondering, I was like, why is it, I did an object instead of an array, my bad. Yeah, thanks for that, Jack. So that's then slash garden, and then the value. Sorry, not slash garden. Wrong way around. Digital garden, and the title is going to be garden slash garden. All right, cool. And then we're just going to import that. So actually, instead of tabs data, that's going to be nav data. Let's just import that. We're going to map that, and then yeah, it's really cool. Like yeah, it's still quite new. I think I discovered it like I think about maybe about three months ago now. But yeah, like it's still quite like new, but it's starting to gain quite a bit of traction now. And the team are also creating like Radix UI. I'm not sure if you heard about this as well, but they're basically creating like this kind of component library, which is similar to something like, I don't know, Tailwind or Chakra UI, but the difference is that like the components are completely unstyled, which like gives you the flexibility to use it like how you want. But fundamentally, like they have done a lot of work to make things work out the box. So things are just like accessible. They're like very composable, and just really easy to work with. So you get these like default components. So like these are all styled versions of what they have. Like without this, it would just be like a basic HTML kind of styling. But this is what it would look like if you added your own styling. So they just obviously added their own for the sake of showcasing it. But like you can just see like how useful it is. Like you can just get these things straight out of the box, and just add whatever styling that you want onto them. But you get all this functionality. And one thing that's really cool is that they have this idea of, well, not really idea, but it's this like collision aware like functionality. So this options like drop down, if this was in the bottom right of the screen, like it would just know not to like show that below, it would show it above. And so like a lot of work has gone into it. And yeah, you should check it out. Radix is really cool, and they're currently still like building the components right now, so you can get like a full list of them, I think, here as well, so you can see the ones that are like coming soon and stuff like that. But they've got a fair bit like to get you started, and I'm still yet to use them in projects. Yeah, it's really cool. I've used it a little bit in my task making project. To be fair, I actually meant to start the stream with this because I wanted to create a couple of things that I wanted to get done for this. But this is something I created a little while ago. Like I'm gonna do a stream soon I want to kind of enhance the UI a little bit. There's a couple of changes that I want to make, but like you can just come and make like a so I'm just gonna say like portfolio live stream or something, and we'll add one there. So this is all made with Stitches and Radix UI. So like for like this little dialog box, that's Radix UI. I just added my own styling there, and I think what else? So this like is also Radix, and you can like use your like keyboard, like the up and down arrow to like navigate. So they do that. You get all of that functionality by default because obviously you don't typically get that. And then I can't remember what else uses Radix, but I'm just gonna add a couple of things. I meant to do this at the beginning of the screen. Add tabs for navigation. Let's just add that. And like one thing I need to do is kind of get more of the real time feel, which I'll just use like state for now. Yeah, Tusk is my project here. So I worked on that like a little while ago. I initially used AWS, like I used AppSync to build it. Oh, you checked it? Oh, okay, cool. No, awesome. Yeah, I used AppSync initially, and it didn't go too well because I did something really stupid, and I put I basically put I created like a use effect where I think it was running a function that was obviously making calls to the database, but I stupidly put the dependency array as something that was always changing. So I ended up making like a ridiculous amount of calls to my like GraphQL endpoint and just racked up like a little bill. And it was like so the AWS stuff like it's fairly quick to get set up, which is really nice. But like it's still like you still have to kind of learn it. Sadly not, no. I mean, yeah, like, because I've heard quite a few stories where like much worse has happened to people and they've like kind of got much bigger bills and they haven't even refunded for that. So yeah, it did suck, but like it was kind of good because then I kind of realized like, okay, I should definitely never do that again. But I actually, so I didn't end up using AWS after that because like the bill was just kind of going up and I didn't know where it was coming from. Like eventually I debugged it, but no, they didn't. No. Eventually I debugged it and I found it was that function, but by that point I'd already taken the project down. But I actually ended up using Prisma, and I don't know if you know about Prisma, but that's the wrong Discord link. Can I? Yeah, it's something like, I mean, they're quite known for hidden costs. So for the most part, they kind of tell you you have like a free tier. You have a free usage tier that you get when you sign up, but what you don't get a free tier for is AppSync, which is like that's the kind of service where like they generate the GraphQL API, and you just don't have to do any of the complicated stuff. Like they do it all for you, and that's what makes it a lot easier. And you can actually just build an app like probably twice as quickly as you usually would, which is obviously the selling point. But then you have to be careful because yeah, if you're not kind of checking, but like there are ways that you can do like billing management, but I didn't know that much about it at that point. So there's like a way that you can kind of be notified when you're about to go over your threshold. So like there are ways to kind of get around it. But it was a good learning experience. But yeah, so Prisma is what I use. I love Prisma. I think it's like bridging the gap for front end developers to create full stack apps just purely out of like. I can even just quickly, let me just quickly detour and show you like the code for like this Tusk app, and like once you kind of understand the like syntax, and it is fairly straightforward. Like once you kind of get a grasp of like how to make calls to your database and stuff, it just makes working with Prisma so much easier. So basically, like with Prisma, you have to do a little bit of learning of how to like define like a schema. So this is like my schema, right? So I've got like this idea of like a collection, which is just literally it's just a list of to-dos which all group together, and then I have like this to-dos model, which is all of my to-dos. So like everything here like is required, and if it's something that isn't like necessarily required to be stored in the database, you just put a question mark after it. So similar to TypeScript as well, like in that sense. But what Prisma does essentially like is you got some idea. Okay, yeah, cool. So yeah, it just makes it so much easier working between like the database, the API, and the front end. So yeah, it's really, really cool. And I think like the API, the entire API route was like, I think was, yeah, I just split it up into like all of the different, like the basic kind of things that you would do, like create. So like kind of just like the typical CRUD actions, just using like switch statements to like manage the incoming like requests and stuff like that. But yeah, Prisma's great. And so that's what made this like so much easier to kind of rebuild, and I was kind of able to rebuild the app. But I would like to kind of go back and try something with AppSync again. I'll just have to be a bit more careful this time. But yeah, I mean, like I said, it was a good learning experience, and now I know like what exactly it was. I think at one point I'd made like something like I think it was over 10 million GraphQL invocations. Because I just had this use fetch and it was running like every second, and I was like, and obviously I was only in development, but I was like working on this like 8 hours a day. So over a couple of days, like it just racked up. Like it wasn't a high bill. I think in the end it was about 40 something pounds, but obviously it's still not great. So it's definitely something to mind out for. But yeah, it's all good in the end. It's all a learning experience. So I had tabs for navigation. What was the other thing I wanted to do? Add mobile nav with focus trap, which we'll look at in a bit. So those are the two things that I want to get done. So I'll just keep those there, and we can sort of tick them off as we go. So back to this thing. So the tab, what was the tab? I think, yeah, so that's just the link. So the tab can be, I'm trying to think of how to do this now actually, because now we need to call this on the actual link itself. Wait, reposition highlight. I've got a feeling actually that, okay, that's the main function. Oh, so here we're passing refs and we're passing styles. So not much is actually happening in the tabs highlight. That's fine. So we don't need to like pass styles in that way. We can actually do it in a different way in Stitches, which for me is a bit more like kind of declarative and a bit more clearer to understand. Because here you're then like looking at this style and you're looking at the you're then having to go looking for like this thing, like this kind of where is it? Highlight styles, yeah. And you then have to look for you have to look for the object and find out what that is. But what you can do instead with Stitches is, because this tabs highlight is essentially part of like just the styled function, you can just attach you get like a CSS prop that you get for free, which you can just attach onto it, and you can just write like the remaining, like any additional CSS you need to add, you can just put in here. So like everything that's in here now, we can just basically convert it to this, and then we don't have to kind of add properties onto an object. So I'm just going to quickly just do that and get rid of just say highlight styles. Let's just do a little space. Oh, replace all. And oh yes, and all of these, I think, do the equal signs, yeah, the equal signs need to be colons, I think. That's much better. And then we need to find these values, which I don't know if maybe we haven't declared them yet. Oh, okay, so we have to, okay, so this is the part where like, no, we're not having to pass anything down yet, which is great. So it should know what they are, but for some reason, oh, is it because it's possibly not? But surely, is it not that? Is it dot question mark? I can never remember, but I feel like where you've got something that might be null, it's like, yeah, it's definitely before the thing. What does it say here? Exist on type never. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I have to explicitly see that it could be null. Cool. Let's have a look. Dev. Okay, cool. I'll check that out now. Actually. Cool, yeah, no, this is very similar, yeah. So you get like some default components. That's cool, this looks cool. Nice. Well, that's cool, yeah, I'll check that out properly actually, a bit later on. That looks cool. Yeah, no, I've never heard of that actually. Okay, so Mantine. They look like they've got quite like quite a lot of components, and they've got some hooks as well. Well, they've got a lot of hooks actually, which is quite cool. Yeah, that's really handy actually. I like the amount of hooks they have, because that's always something that's nice to find in like UI libraries, is just some easy hooks that you can grab, so you don't have to like reinvent the wheel every time. Because I just find there's so many things where like you can just use hooks and it just makes life so much simpler. Like, for example, like yeah, like the use toggle hook. That's like a common one that just, yeah, it looks cool. I'm definitely gonna check that out properly. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. Cool. So. Okay, I think it's coming up. Is it coming up to an hour now? Because I want to get this done. Okay, so just over an hour. So I should be, hopefully, we're wrapping this up shortly, and then I can move on to trying to get the navigation done for like the mobile view. Okay, so that's just some hover stuff. So that's fine. We don't really need. Well, I think we still need the tab. Yeah, because we need to pass the value. Okay, we'll figure that out. I think I know what I might do for that. I'm just trying to get TypeScript to play nice. What we'll do for now, like I've done with all the others, is just after each use state, I'm just gonna type them as any until I figure out like yeah, how I can properly type them. But obviously that makes TypeScript happy now. Doesn't know what this is. I will probably type that as any as well. Just to keep it quiet for a second. And then, so tab, we could, yeah, and then we don't really need to call this tab per se. We can just call this nav menu item. So actually I'm thinking even might be nice to keep the nav menu items separate for now. So why? So does not exist. Ah, okay. But is it not? Okay, what is nav menu item? I mean, it should. Wait, okay, let's have a look. Does this accept on mouse over? Ooh. What does this take? Ah, this only takes a certain amount of props. Okay. So I think we need to type that as like an actual element to get those features. If I'm thinking about that properly. What about this? No. Okay, so the reason why I think that's not working is because we're not passing props along. What we can also do here actually is, okay, so let's do a couple of things. I don't want to kind of overload props in this, like, is it tabs highlight? No, that's not even the component. It's tabs. What is it? Oh, it's nav menu item that we want. Okay, yeah. So yeah, no, that can get, so it can get a bit confusing if we're trying to make this more reusable. It actually adds a bit of complexity now, because like we could make it so that this CSS is like a prop on like the nav menu item. So what I'd have to do actually is get rid of obviously this, because this tabs highlight has already been used elsewhere. I'd get rid of that, pass the CSS through the nav menu item, and then assign it to this. So it would look something like the CSS comes in here. TypeScript's going to shout about that because we haven't added it to our interface yet. But then, like, what it would then be is that it would be like CSS equals, and then you'd literally just put like a destructured CSS object on that, and then all the styles that we would pass to this would actually go onto it. But the only thing is, suppose that we want to style like that nav menu item from the outside. But then again, we don't really need to, because the styling happens at this level. So it could be alright. It just feels a little bit like, it doesn't really feel that clear, but at the same time I kind of want to move fairly quickly on it. And we can pass the ref as well, and we can just let the tab highlight accept that. Because one thing I always try and think about as well is like, how often is this going to change? Like, is this going to be something that I'm going to be changing soon? But typically, like, this wouldn't be something that I would be like changing in the near future. Like, unless, like, if I was going to change it, it would be like a completely different solution. So like, I don't really mind it not being so clear, because I'm not going to like come back to this. I mean, okay, maybe in 6 months I might come back to it and be like, okay, what the hell did I do here? But like, it wouldn't be to kind of change it anyway. I'd probably just completely get rid of it for like a different solution. So in that case, I'm kind of alright with doing it this way, even though it doesn't feel like the kind of clearest way. But I suppose that's a trade-off you make with trying to move quickly with things is kind of making that sacrifice of acquiring a little bit of technical debt. That was going in the wrong place, so I can add it onto. So I can add it onto this. Yes, that's great, and it doesn't know about the CSS yet, which is great. So we can just add all of that in there, and it's not happy because .expected. Do we have to use equals? No, we don't have to use equal signs, I don't think. A lot of red squigglies right now. Oh no, I'm using it twice. My bad. Oh, went a bit too far. Cool. We can actually just pop that there. Okay, that works. And it doesn't know what the hell CSS is yet. So what we can do now is add that now to the nav menu item props interface. And CSS is so that it understands the CSS we're using. You actually get a CSS type that Stitches gives you, that you then you can export it from your config. So all of these styles that you like define for your entire project. So essentially like your entire theme token set. Like typically out of the box, like the rest of the system doesn't know what that is, and the way it understands it is through exporting the theme, right? And that it works the same with other like theming solutions. But one thing you can also do is like you can export the CSS type from and you can put like type of config, and the config is coming from another thing that you export from your theme. And so now this way Stitches will understand, like, so whenever you use the CSS or styled function, CSS will understand like the tokens that you're trying to use. So that's how you use your tokens, like and this is mainly for places where like you wouldn't typically be able to use the CSS function. So like I said before, you can only use CSS functions if you create them. If I was to say like const styles equals like CSS, so we'll see that it's already being go away. We can see it's already being imported from the Stitches config, so that way we can type all of our styles in there. The other way, of course, is, and this is like with a capital letter, is that we can do styled, and here we've got to pass it at least one parameter, well, at least the HTML element. And so like those are the only two ways that you can access the theme. But if you wanted to pass through props and you wanted to have like a level where you like haven't actually got direct access to like that styled component, then you can just create like this CSS prop which takes in the CSS type, so that now when we start adding CSS in this nav menu item, like remembering that you can't, like in theory it doesn't actually, I'm gonna try and save this so it just it does its thing a little bit, because it looks a little bit like, I don't know, this looks messy for some reason. So like now, if I do that now, it knows, like without using that CSS prop, and I'll show you, like if I was just to like do that, Stitches will have no clue what I'm trying to reference here. Like it doesn't know about those like tokens, but as soon as I add that CSS type, now it accesses the entire like theme, and it's like, okay, so now you want like the CSS, and you can just add, and so it's got all the breakpoints that I've like created by default. Like I could customize it by like when it's on dark mode, I want to do this, like, so it's pretty cool. It's a really nice feature. So that's, yeah, it's pretty handy for stuff like this where you're wanting to create like an API for like a certain component where you don't really want to you want to be able to pass styles from like somewhere else, basically. So that allows us to do that. And so now it's complaining because the CSS type is missing. And so as always, we just make it optional where it's not explicitly needed, and that will clear up. And now we're still having this problem with the on mouse over. And that is because we're not passing, I think it's because we're not passing props along. So I can just let it take, so any remaining props, we just let it, because it doesn't know like where to put that. It doesn't know where to go. But if we just add the props onto, so where are those props going? Like where's the on mouse enter going? It's going I believe, yeah, it's going to the actual link itself. So we would potentially just pass along the props to that. And now we have to do like another check just to make sure that on the link level it's actually accepting those props. Otherwise it's not going to get to where it like needs to go. So this is the point at which we're defining the links. Export const link, and we can just literally pass along dot props. And we should probably just do this for like most of the like components that are made for reuse, because and if we look at here, like this accepts on mouse enter, so we know that it's gonna like, it will work as long as that on mouse enter that we declared a bit higher up reaches this level. Like it will work as intended. So that really should all work. And the only problem that we're having now is with the nav menu, and that's probably okay. So we're having some issues here. So cannot find the name props. My bad, we don't actually need to put props there because it's not accepting any props, but for some reason it still doesn't. Oh, okay, so we have to, oh of course, yes, because now we're using an interface for nav menu item. We have to explicitly we have to kind of because yeah, you can't put on mouse over on nav menu item by default because it's not typed as like a HTML element, I think. So we need to kind of define that, and we can just I'll just quickly give it a Google search for the kind of type that you would add onto that. So I can just say I don't really, I mean, I actually thought that it would just take any remaining thing. Let's see what happens if, okay, so let's just put it on, yeah, and then, okay, so, hey, SafeNode, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Just working on some of my personal portfolio, trying to get this little this tabs functionality going, where you kind of hover across. This is something they got on like the Vercel, Vercel site, which is really nice, and I thought it could work like really well for. Okay, it's not working right now. I thought it could work well for what I'm trying to do with my navigation as well. So that's what we're trying to do. I'm currently a little bit over time, but yeah, chill night. It's like 1:30 a.m. here, so I'm not sure if you're from the UK as well, but yeah, I'm from the UK, and it's a bit of like a late one, but yeah, I'm good, thanks. All good. Like I had a football game today, so I'm knackered, and I kind of got back home, I had dinner, and then I had like a massive nap, and I woke up at about like 11 p.m, and so I was just like, well, I'm obviously going to probably be up late now, so I might as well Denmark, nice one, nice. Yeah, so I thought, you know what, I'll just do like a nice late night stream. So it must be, you guys like an hour ahead, I think it is, or so it's like a nice chill late night for you as well. That's cool. Okay, so it's the nav menu. This is not happy. Nav menu is not defined because we need to now pass in tab. Is it tabs, right? Awesome. Okay. Lovely. Okay, cool. And nav menu items, so now we've got a problem. So href is now missing, but we... Ah, right, of course. Of course. So we want to pass the href because that's one of the required props, and the href will equal tab dot, oh, I can't get it, tab dot, is it value or title? I can't even remember. Let's go back to our nav file, get rid of that for a second. The href is the value, right? Okay, cool. So we get our nice typed, the autocomplete. Okay, so you're an hour ahead. Oh, awesome. Cool, so it looks like that works. TypeScript's happy. We need to add some stuff to get it to work properly, but oh, thanks, Emmanuel. Appreciate that. So now, hopefully, if I restart this, we should be good. Okay, no, we're not happy. Width of null. Oh, I think cannot read property. Width of null. Oh, okay, so oh, nice, yeah. Yeah, love a good Next.js portfolio. Yeah, it's become really common now. Actually, I'm seeing like a lot of people are creating portfolio projects with Next.js, and it's just such a great tool for kind of getting something like done quickly. But yeah, so for this, I'm currently using Stitches. So if you guys aren't familiar, honestly, I was saying it earlier to the guy that came in here that like on every stream I've literally been promoting this, like, and I'm not affiliated with them in any way. I'm just a really big fan of what they're doing. So it's just like another CSS and JS solution, but it's not your typical like style components or Tailwind. It's more of like what you could think of as like the underlying like engine. It's a lot closer to, I think, something like Emotion, where you actually define like the system for how your CSS is written. So it lets you build like, so you could essentially build something like Tailwind on top of Stitches. Basically, that's the kind of idea. And like how to set, it's quite straightforward to set up. All you need to do is create like this config file. So this is where like you have this, obviously your idea of like a theme where you have so they give you like a set of things that you can use to define your theme. So colors, space, tokens, sizes, font sizes, like all of like the atomic sort of the building blocks for your UI, and you just define all of like the kind of values that you want. So maybe typically you would get these from like designers if you're working like in a team or whatever, and then you would put them all here, and you then export let's find out where it is. So you export a couple of things that you can use in other places. The two things that you would really care about is the CSS and the styled functions. So those are the functions that you actually use to generate CSS. So if you see here, we'll look a bit further down. So you've got the CSS kind of prop here, but actually that's not even where I wanted to. So let's take this layout thing, for example. Like I'm just creating these components. So you have two ways of creating components. You can use styled, which is where you create like you have to pass in like a HTML element and then your CSS. Then you have CSS where you can just start writing the CSS like in line like that. And so like you're able to create things like flex, where it's just like a display flex. But you can obviously get advanced here. And one thing that I might even build after I finish this navbar is this really cool thing that I saw on Twitter recently. Where I want to find the actual tweet. Can we find it here? Okay, we'll just go to Joe Bell. So like it's this idea of having like an auto layout. Like so this is, if you guys have used Figma before, you'll be familiar with like the idea of auto layout, which is basically let's look at one of my auto layouts. That's probably, yeah, so it's this thing here where you've got like direction, you've got spacing, and you've got padding and alignment as well. And like you can basically create like an interface with this. Maybe later on, if we get time, we'll look at how you can actually use Stitches to create like what you call variants, and like you can just provide like a really easy way to like use this idea of having like a layout, and you can change like the direction to vertical or horizontal. You can change the distribution, the alignment, and stuff like that, which could be really interesting, especially if you're working with like designers, and because you know they can then understand you're kind of speaking their language in that way as well. So that's just a quick overview. Probably talking too much about it, but yeah, it's very cool. Anyway, let's see where the problem is with this. So I'm almost there now, I think, with so width, yeah, it understands what I mean. It seems to be like happy. Okay, so okay, so what the problem is, I think that this is coming up as null for some reason. So I think we might have missed something. Don't know. I design with Figma, yes. So this is I'm actually creating like a Figma course right now, but it's like a Figma for devs course. So it's like mainly sort of aimed at developers like myself that just want to get like a basic understanding of Figma for like, you know, your like personal projects and side projects. And it's just going through like some of the concepts, because one thing I've heard in a lot of my past streams is that people kind of just say that they've been struggling to get started with Figma, like despite even looking at tutorials on YouTube and stuff like that. And I thought that, you know, it could be an interesting like little project to create like a course where I just go through like mainly go through like the similarities between Figma and like CSS, because there are a lot of like similarities, and that's how I understood it a lot better, was once I realized like how close a lot of the concepts are to CSS. Like it made it a lot easier to learn. So that's the kind of thing I'm going to cover, because I don't really see a lot of tutorials that talk about, because obviously in most it is really like a designer tool, but I think it's good for all developers, I think, to like, or like if you're interested, I think it's good to kind of learn to learn these things. And because I think a lot of people, the barrier is like, you know, you just feel like you can't learn it. But I just want to kind of show people that actually it's like, if you look at it from a certain perspective as a developer, it isn't as hard as it seems. And you know, especially if you understand CSS, like you will kind of be able to get to grips with this. And like one thing I always showcase is this like auto layout functionality, where this is basically like Flexbox. Like it works like Flex. I think it was inspired by Flex. You've got directions, so I can go horizontal, I can go vertical, and then let me just hug the contents there. So you can go horizontal, you can go vertical as well, and then this is like the gap. So this is like the gap that you would pass into like a flex, so the gap between each item. I've grouped these, that's why they're staying together. And then you've got things like padding. So obviously like padding's completely self-explanatory. Like we have that in CSS, so you can kind of align things based on like the padding, which is really, really nice as well. So yeah, I think it would be great to let me. Yeah, you should check it out. Like I'm gonna basically I'm starting to I'll be releasing like the first couple of lessons on Monday, and then my aim is to kind of complete, like get all of the course content up on, and it's going to be on YouTube. I'm going to get that all up by Friday. So from Monday to Friday each day it'll be like a new section of the course, basically, where we'll be going from like the basics to like the more intermediate stuff, and then eventually to like slightly more advanced things. But the idea is just to give you like a high level overview of how you can better understand and use Figma as well. So yeah, sure, yeah, no, you should definitely check it out, because like I can understand like where people are coming from when they say they find it difficult. I think especially as like a developer, when you're so used to like these certain concepts that you have in CSS, and then go into like a design tool and having all this new stuff you have to learn can be a bit difficult. But we'll like go over like the interface as well, just so you understand like what all this stuff is as well, because it can feel a bit overwhelming when like you see all of these things and you're like, what's what. But like yeah, like once you kind of understand like what most things are for, like you spend most of your time probably like in like layers and creating like styles and stuff here as well. But yeah, it's a great tool. Like it's a lot easier, because like so now when I use CSS, I don't have to guess. I don't have to guess anything. I just come in here, like I just do that, and I can see like the margin that I need to add like between elements. I can see the margin. I can see how much padding I need for like the containers. Like, so I create my entire layout just going off of Figma, and it just makes it so much easier to like make something that's like predictable, and yeah, just something that just looks a bit more like visually kind of put together. So that's like, yeah, for me that's the main plus of using Figma, is that it just lets me, because you know, to do this, to mess around with this stuff in CSS, it takes a long time, but like in Figma you can kind of just like, you can drag stuff around, you can like, you know, you can shift them, you can change them. Like I could grab this, maybe I want to see what this entire section looks like on top of this one, so I can swap it like that, and you can do that so quickly. And then you can just, once you're ready, you can then go to CSS and you can still like take the values from Figma, and you can see like the padding, and you've got like a lot of cool plugins. Like one plugin that I really like is like if you want to see all of the values, this is something similar to something that you get in Firefox as well. It's called Redlines, and like you can so I can just I think, is this gonna work? I can't really remember how this works, but like I think you can. Okay, no, this isn't what I want. So let me just undo this. You can, yeah, it's this, I think. Is it this? Parallel lines, single lines, outlines. Or maybe it's... So there's basically something where you can, I think you have to select 2 elements maybe. Is it that one? No. Maybe it's this one. Actually, let's try it with that. Or the entire thing. So you can basically create like these little, yeah, I can't remember how to do it, but you can create something so that it shows you like all of the spacing, like in your entire layout, so that you, yeah, I can't remember how to use it. I mean, I think it's supposed to be a bit more straightforward than this, but no, it's really cool. It's really cool, Redlines, and like you have like a lot of plugins. Hey, what's up, Magir? Is it Magir? Hey, thanks, Safe Node. Yeah, have a good night, and we'll hopefully catch you in a stream again soon. Yeah, take care. I see my stack thing's not working. Give me 1 second, Magir, and I'll try and get that working for you. I don't know. I'm using like a new I'm using a new like streaming thing, Restream. So like I'm having to set up the bot, like, and it's a little bit of a pain in the ass, but you know how it is. Okay, so why aren't you? That's strange. Okay, bear with me. Does it work? It doesn't work. Oh no, okay, it's working now. Weird. I don't know. It's some, yeah. It's it's like a weird thing because it's streamed between YouTube and Twitch. So I don't know if it's receiving certain commands for some reason, but I'll get that fixed. You had it muted. All right, okay. No worries. Cool. So I want to try and get back to this. So width of null, right? So this is. Oh, wait a second. I don't need to do this. I don't need to do that, do I? I don't need to. So this, I was copying this from the example, and I actually don't need to pass in the backticks. Oh, actually, so px. Is there another? Actually, no. I see why I do. Actually, okay, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. I do actually need to do that. It's just that this is turning up null for some reason. Let me go back to the example and just see if there's anything I've kind of missed out here. So it won't be there, it'll be up here. Ah. Right, okay. I missed that bit. So that I can just literally pop in each of... So that's it's a little bit of a hacky way to do things. How can I use TypeScript? Oh man, I love TypeScript. So like I've been coding for what, like about a little over 18 months now, probably. Yeah, just a bit over half a year, a year and a half, sorry. And I only started picking up TypeScript, I think, about four months ago. And so the main reason why was because like I was working with projects, and like I remember I would always just sort of think about, like, especially when working with like APIs and having data come from like these other sources, and I'd be thinking like I kind of didn't have the confidence that like I knew exactly what these like types are. So it was kind of, it was fine, but it was a little bit like I kind of would feel more comfortable if I knew like the types of these variables that I'm moving through the system. So from like, if you've got some data that you're getting from like an API that's coming from like an outside source that you need to render in your UI, so you're passing it from like your API like endpoint, you know, into like the front end component, and then to like display that. And like it I don't know, it kind of just, I wanted to get to a point where like I just knew what was going on in that way. And so I thought, and I'd heard quite a bit about TypeScript and about type safety, and I thought, okay, I'm going to just get into it. And honestly, like the only thing I wish I'd done is get into it like sooner, because I always thought like this is going to be really, really complex and difficult to learn. But actually, because it's a superset of JavaScript, like you only need to, like there are certain, like it can get advanced at a certain point, but to get started with it, it is like really straightforward, because you know, it's literally just JavaScript with types, and like it's just really helpful just to, especially where you're coming back to refactor things like maybe six months later, and you might not have known what you had done before, because like typically I would come back to something and I'd look and I'd be like, I have no idea what I was trying to do here. But with TypeScript, it's a bit more like you can understand like what's gonna work and what won't. And if you're trying to do something that's gonna break something, TypeScript will let you know that like you're breaking this thing, because TypeScript's kind of all about contracts. So like you, for example, like I've got this nav menu item, right? So this like is just an item in my nav menu where like, so like home, like about, that kind of thing, and it just basically renders like a link that's currently, I'm trying to wrap it in this tab highlight so we get this really nice smooth hover functionality, but essentially it's just a link. And I wanted to take in certain props like that, basically that will allow it to do what it needs to do. So what I do is that I create like this contract, which is like you can create like an interface or a type. And so like here I'm kind of defining like what, so like it will always need a href and it will always need children, because it needs to render something, and it needs a link so that I can change like links. So like those are the things I definitely need. So that makes these things like mandatory. So if you don't pass these things in, TypeScript will error out on you. And just in that way, like it makes it a lot easier for me to kind of catch like these mistakes I would usually make, because I'd usually make so many of these kind of mistakes. So like TypeScript's like, even though it kind of takes a bit longer to write stuff, in like once you get to the point where you set TypeScript up and you're kind of a bit more comfortable with it, you actually move a lot faster than, because like obviously I would have like a lot of silly mistakes that would slow me down, but now like those don't get in the way anymore, because TypeScript will just let me know straight away. Like you don't even have to wait until you like till it compiles and like it renders in the browser. Like it lets you know as you're typing. So that's like another big benefit. And my favorite feature though is like the autocomplete. The autocomplete is awesome, and like this is partly Stitches, but like Stitches uses TypeScript. So I could let me just, so I've got this variant thing that I've created somewhere else, and like here I don't even need to go to like, any documentation. I don't need to look on like a documentation site. I know the options that I have because they're literally showing up in front of me here. So like these are all the options I have. I have 3 options here, and I can choose between those. So like it just makes stuff like that so much easier. Like you don't have to go and then look on, like if you're using, you know, say if you're a developer and you're using like a design system maybe from your team or from someone else, you can kind of just see everything like in line, and you can just move quicker in that way. You don't have to keep switching between like your code and the documentation to check if you're using the right things. So that's really nice as well. So that's for me, that's the kind of main selling point. So I've realized where I've gone wrong. So what I haven't done is I haven't done this, because this was all an if statement. So because we do things differently in Stitches, I would have to like, for each of these ones, I'd have to manually put that in front, but that's just a bit, it's just a bit, it's just a lot of code. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to just merge it down into one variable, and I'm just going to say, what can we say? What can we say? So this is showing these styles. So if bound in box, so I think it's if we're is it if we're hovering? for now, I'm just gonna say like, I'm gonna say const hovered. I don't know if that's the right kind of term, but that's fine though. I'm gonna say that equals that, and then instead of putting those two everywhere, now I can just use hovered. And so I just need it for. So the only thing is now like. The only thing is now, I mean, I can just, I suppose I can just say that and hovered, but like, I don't know. I'll refactor this later. It's fine. It'll be alright. Set back in. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. You're getting into React and SQL. Oh, awesome stuff. Yeah, that's good actually. So are you hoping to go like full stack? Yeah, I honestly wish I'd learned like a bit more SQL actually, like when I was starting out. So I think it's good. It's a good time to get into SQL as well, like that early on. I mean, I've got a little bit of understanding right now, but like I mostly use solutions that use SQL under the hood, if that makes sense. So like, I don't need to know it like in depth, but I need to know like the kind of basics to kind of get going with the solutions I'm currently using. But that's cool. Oh, sorry, Emmanuel. I've just seen your message. So you're using Node.js as a backend to upload projects. So. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, yeah, no, that's good. Yeah, I think it's always good to look at the options quite early on, and just give yourself space to see like what you like. And I think that's a really important thing that doesn't get spoken about enough. And I think because for me, I was like, it's very difficult, especially with the idea of like a roadmap, like and thinking of like because you don't really know like what you should be learning at any given point. You kind of just have to follow what like interests you at the end of the day. I think is the most important thing. So you're just trying to build your portfolio. Yeah, like it's so common that like most of the people that come on the stream like are also building their portfolios as well. And yeah, it's tough. It's tough in the sense that like it's something that that you kind of need to do, but it can be tough sometimes to figure out exactly what to put into it. And I know like people struggle with styling as well, and so it doesn't make it much easier, but it's definitely worth having one, and it's worth the work like that kind of goes into it. But yeah, that's awesome, man. That's cool. And let's do transform as well. This is like very hacky, and I honestly don't know if this is gonna work, but we're just gonna try it. Oh, it worked. Okay, so we haven't got anything yet, or just yet. Cool. So we actually want the color here, right? I think we actually want something here. Let's make it. Oh, so I'm just using TypeScript here to find all of my colors. Let's try this one. Okay, so yeah, that doesn't work. What we can do though, let's just copy that, undo that. Nope, go back, and on hover. Oh no. On hover, we can then let's see if this works. Okay, it seems to be working. Let's make it really obvious. Okay, so that's not obvious at all. But yeah, I'm building a website for myself. This is my portfolio project. Yeah, so this is the design. This is what I've got so far. So this I designed in Figma, and yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, so this is what I made in Figma. Let me just switch some stuff around because I think I changed some things. Figma, yeah. If you familiar with Figma, like the design tool, it's similar to like Sketch or Adobe XD. If you're aware of those, it's a really awesome tool. And for me personally, like I found it the easiest to kind of get going with. out of all of them. But that's just, I don't know, maybe that's just me, but like, yeah, I personally think it's a great tool. I need to get these back, get that back in there. Is that gonna work? Nope. Okay, let me just undo everything. Okay, that works. Yeah. Oh, okay, so yeah. So it's that kind of thing. I was telling the guys early in the stream. I'm actually, from Monday, I'm going to be releasing some lessons from like just a short sort of Figma course for developers. Because like a lot of people have sort of come into the stream saying that they've found it really difficult to get started. And I mean, I remember I think for me, because I'd used like Photoshop before, and I'd used like Adobe XD, and they're quite similar. It wasn't so hard for me to get into it, but I can understand where people are coming from, where they say like it's like it can be like a little bit overwhelming to kind of get started when you've got like so much stuff going on. And so the course is just waiting for the Figma course. Well, I mean, if you check back on Monday, like that's where the first like lesson will be out, where it's just an introduction about how to set up Figma, so creating an account, and just getting like your workspace like kind of set up. And then throughout the week we'll be looking at things like the basic things, so like just looking at things like the text and like primitives, and how to just start creating like your basic building blocks for layouts. And then we'll just look at how you can actually build like, so what we're actually doing, because I'll give you guys a preview since you're on the stream. I think it'd be good to kind of to go through it quickly. So what we're actually going to be, what I'll be attempting to rebuild, and it'll be kind of like a thing where like if you want to follow along you can, is not Vercel. We'll be basically trying to recreate this, the Next.js landing page, like in Figma. So that's the kind of idea. Node.js is backend. Yeah, sorry, I didn't answer that question. So I use Node.js through. So you actually, when you use Next.js, you actually use it. I can't remember if you said that you're using Node.js manual, but yeah. So like Node.js, Next.js uses Node.js as its like backend by default. So this API route here on the left, like that, like this is Node. Like this is all Node. So like all of the stuff in here. Actually, sorry, that's wrong. Like essentially, if you think about it, like all of this stuff, I believe, as well as Node, like anything that's not, how do I put it? Like anything that's not in your pages. I think that's the best way to put it. Like the idea is that like anything you want to render on the front end, you render within the pages directory. So like this is your roots, like, so you can see I've got index, projects, and garden. Like, so app.txs and document.txs, those are just kind of like configuration things, or like, you know, where you put like some HTML stuff. I've just got some preloaded fonts and stuff like that. And here you can put obviously your providers and stuff like that. But apart from that, that's where like all of your pages would be. And anything else, basically, you either render in pages or you render in the API routes, which is Node.js. Like, so that's kind of that's how I'm using Node. I just use it through this now. Before I was using Node like separate. So the typical way of having like a React app and then like a Node.js server, and you just using Express and stuff like that. But obviously Next.js kind of it just bundles it into a way that makes it like, I would actually recommend like I think now if I was ever doing like a beginner's course for like React, I would just probably go straight to Next.js, just because of the fact that it's like there, and it's just a lot easier for juniors to get started. You don't have to like, I mean, it's still useful maybe because some companies I know are still using that architecture where you have like a React app on the front end and you've got like a separate server. So I think it's still good to know, but I think if it's for like, if you wanted to learn to build stuff and build things quickly, I would recommend like people learn Next.js, just because like it's not, you don't have to learn much on top of React, because it is just React. It's just that they have designed things in a way that make it easier to build stuff quickly. Basically, that's the kind of idea. So because I wish like when I was starting out, like that I'd sort of learned Next.js a lot sooner. I mean, like I said, it was still good to learn about servers and how to set up a server, and I still think that's important. But I think after that point, I think it's really helpful to like do that. Next is fast, yeah. Next is blazing fast. And a big part of the reason of that is like the static site generation that it offers is because I mean, like at the moment, like this is all it's all statically generated. I don't have any kind of dynamic data that's happening right now. So as far as I'm concerned, I think this is working, but I don't feel like I'm getting the smooth transition. So let me have a look at this demo again. I've been on this much longer than I wanted to be, but that's fine. That's absolutely fine. So yes, we want some padding there as well. I can actually just add the padding on here, right? Yeah. On the nav menu item, I can add some padding there. I'm gonna add like, let me add 2. My bad. Okay, so that, I don't know, it doesn't feel like this one. Yeah. Oh, okay, so you're, yeah, of course, because you're of course seeing the you're only seeing the Twitch chat, right? I can't remember if there's, I think there's a way, because I'm using a Restream. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of it, but I think with Restream you might be able to actually integrate the chats, but I don't know. I'm not sure exactly. Let me turn on relay mode. I don't. Yeah, guys, let me know if you can, if you get any incoming messages from like YouTube and Twitch and vice versa. Because I've just set on this thing called relay mode where like it's just, I mean, it says that it forwards the messages from platform to platform. So it's kind of like a centralized chat. I don't know if it's going to work, but yeah, we'll see. Cool. Yeah, I mean, whichever like you're happy to use. Like, I mean, at the moment, I'm just kind of because I did this earlier in the year. I kind of was on both platforms just to try out like which one I kind of preferred, and I actually really like kind of being on both at the moment. And like, I mean, I know like a lot of people kind of just pick one, and maybe eventually I might do that. But for now, like it's it's kind of working at the moment, and I've also got like a Discord community where like it's like a place for like everyone that comes from like Twitch or YouTube or elsewhere to kind of just share just to share like web development stuff, stuff you're working on, stuff that like any help you need. So like that's the link right there if you want to join. Like the one, so like my bot is my bot's keeps putting one in the chat, and that's like it's an old link, and I don't know how to I think it's an integration I set up a while ago with like the Nightbot, which I need to kind of get rid of. Actually, I'll do that on Twitch after the stream, because I obviously need to change that. It keeps giving like the wrong link. So I don't know if you guys tried to join it and you couldn't, that's why. But that one I've just posted works. So if you're interested in joining the Discord community, you're more than welcome to to just join through that. It works. Oh, nice. Yeah. Okay, so you're over there now. It works. Oh, nice. Awesome. That's cool. Nice one. Oh, awesome, man. So I'm just trying to so hover from now. Oh, okay. So transition duration. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. This whole thing, it feels a little bit hacky because there's no way to check that, like, because obviously everything is kind of any right now, which is not the greatest thing, but it's fine. So it's hard from. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. I think. So that's a bit. I shouldn't have typed that as any. That's silly. That's a boolean, obviously, and TypeScript infers that, so that's fine. These ones that are null though are. Cool. Okay, so So yeah, it's hard to tell. I don't really know. Now, at the moment, I think it literally is just like, it doesn't feel like it's just jumping across. So dynamic blog website would be awesome. There's so many. Actually, I'll show you guys some of the awesome, like what I'm really trying to build here is like this is just a very basic version of like a very big idea that I have. Like it's very ambitious, but I mean, yeah, this is the most simplest design. Like what I'm actually hoping to eventually get to is something a bit more like this, where it's a bit more of like a. So this design, I mean, I'm still yet to do some work on this version, but this is something that will come later because it'll be a bit more complex. But you know, I want to get something up quick first, and then I'll do a bit of work on this a bit later on. But this is a bit more of like the app-like feel, and this is actually inspired by this guy called Brian Lovin. He works at GitHub, I believe. I think he's a product designer, and he's got this really cool site, and it's his personal website, but it's more like an app, and like you just have this really nice interface. But what I like about it is like you've kind of got this section over here where you can like navigate, and then you've got this like render region, and like he's basically created like a database where, you know, it's kind of like you can sign in, you can comment, you can like talk to other people through it, like you can ask him questions about things. So he's got this like stack thing, and like you can, if it's something that you use as well, then like, you know, you can say like I use this, and you get added to like this long list of things. I really like this AMA like functionality, so you can ask him anything and he will like typically reply to you. Like it's just a really interesting way, like it's a different way of looking at like a personal website. That's the way it's going, yeah, for sure. Even with personal sites, I think we're like in this new paradigm now where like people are realizing that, you know, you don't need to just create like this like kind of digital CV kind of idea. You can actually go far beyond that and create full app-like experiences. So you've got that. Like, I'm sure you guys are familiar with Kent C. Dodds, and I'm not sure if you've seen his like newest site. Like, and he's got this really cool thing now where you can like sign in, and like you get put into like a team, and you have like different teams and stuff like that. Like it's, again, like, and he's got a similar thing with the AMA where you like can record a call in the browser. You can ask him something, and he'll respond to you, and then it goes into like a list of them. So like, yeah, personal sites are becoming now, I think, for a lot of people, like just these like these testing grounds for like really big ideas where you can just test things out. And the last one that really inspired me as well was like this guy called Rauno or Rauno Freiberg. He works at Vercel, and yeah, he's got this like, this is more like an operating system kind of thing. So, and like you've got these really nice transitions and stuff like that. But I just love, like, I mean, like even this like animation, like it's just incredible, man. So I've been inspired like by these guys to like create this. So that's my inspiration. But yeah, I can stop. Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, no, for sure. So yeah, that's kind of like that's the inspiration behind this project right now. I think I'm gonna just actually, I don't know, I don't like the border radius. I want it a little bit like less smooth. So let's so yeah, I don't know. Or we could just, all right, for now, I might just do this. I might just do this. I might. Yeah, okay. Let's try and do something here. So if we have that, only thing is, yeah, okay, we can do something similar to what this guy's done here. So he's using style components, I'm using stitches, so it makes things a bit different. It makes things a little bit difficult. Does not exist on type thing. So wow, okay, it wants us to explicitly. What if I say any? It's gonna let me off the hook. I should probably type it, but like, Could I create an interface for this though? No, I don't need to. Right, I don't need to right now. Like, I know what I'm doing here anyway. It's nothing that's going to cause any issues. So, well, at least I don't think. Maybe I'm assuming. So currently, I'm actually looking for I'm looking to land my first role. So, hey, amazing day. I think you've been in here before, right? It's been a while. I think you have. But yeah, so Magic, yeah, I'm currently looking for my first role. Still. Yeah, I thought so, yeah. Well, it's great to have you back, Dave. Thanks for joining. Yeah, it's been a while, because I know you were back you were back there when I was streaming around, like, I think it was April time, like much earlier this year. Yeah, welcome back to the stream. It's great to have you in. Yeah, thanks, Major. I appreciate that. And how about yourself? Are you working as a developer right now, or are you just... oh, no, so you're... Oh, Major. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks for correcting me there. Cool. So what I can actually do here... So what I can actually do here is just say... Okay, yeah, I can say highlight stars doctrine. So I can kind of just change things a little bit here. I should, in theory, just be able to like use them as like an alias and just put the value here. It's not the best way to do it, but like it will work for now, I believe. So that's fine. That's fine by me. I'm happy enough with that. Yeah, this will work. I'm sure. Sorry, I'll check the chat in just a moment. So that goes there, and the last thing is this highlight transform. It's kind of nice as well because then we keep all of that like styling away from this thing. It just looks a little bit neater in this section anyway. Still not the most straightforward thing, but like oh, UPS driver. Okay, cool. Yeah, well, best of luck to you with that as well. So yeah, we're both in the same boat there. It came before your graduation. Oh, nice. Oh well, congrats on graduating, man. That's great. Right, is this? I don't know. I'm trying to look. I think maybe I want more padding. Or is that going to be a bit much? I don't know. I'm not like overly satisfied with this right now. I don't think I'm getting that smooth transition that I'm after. Maybe I need to just make it really obvious just to see if it actually is working. Yeah, it's definitely not like working yet. That's fine. Okay. So let's go back again. These things always take so much time because you have to kind of like just figure out how to make the pieces fit. I think also okay. So tab highlight, background. Ah, okay, so hold on a second. Okay, cool. Once, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do, so that this hover thing doesn't work because like we're just trying to create some kind of default functionality, but that won't let it do what it needs to do. What we need to do is use this. And we're just gonna use what this guy's done, and then we can. Oh yes, of course, we need to also add all this stuff as well. So that's my bad. I don't know if we need to add height, but we can just add this, and don't need to do that there. We can just use 0, and we might use the height if we need to, but for now I'm just gonna just going to comment that out. Cool. Okay, let's... So it's basically positioned itself all the way to that side because... so this needs to be the other way around. Well, let me put this on light mode and I think it'd be a bit easier. So the reason that's not working properly is because I need to put the wrapper around it. So the motion UL has to be, I believe it has to be display, sorry, position relative, and that should put things back where they should be, and then whatever's wrapping around that needs to also be position relative. So okay, we shouldn't have that. We've got that twice. That's not good. Let's go again. Right. Yeah, no, I understand that. It was, yeah, I found uni quite difficult as well. Actually, I mean, it's tough. It's tough for sure. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out here what's going wrong. So tabs, nav. I know what's happening. Okay, I see. So for each individual thing, I don't know how he's getting that to work. Actually, I don't really think I want that position wise. Okay, we'll get this to work in a second. So as far as hovering, I wonder how he's managing to change this cool, okay. So what are we changing here? Oh, okay, so opacity, highlighted tab 1. Yeah, highlighted tab. So I don't know, this is kind of telling me right now that I don't think the logic is working for some reason, even though I think more or less copied what he's done. Highlighted tab is here. So where are we actually where are we changing the highlighted tab? Like, where's that happening? Let's go and find out like what's going on here. And that will help. So it won't be down there, it will be up here somewhere, right? So it's solid from null, that's fine. Okay, so set highlighted tab to tab, so it's there. And okay, so tab is what we pass into reposition height. So where's reposition height getting called from? Let's find out where that is as well. So I believe we might be missing the invocation for that function. That might be what's going wrong. So okay, on mouse leave. But I think we've already got that. No, we've already got that. So on mouse leave. Cool. But are we passing that as props? Yes, we are passing that as props. So it should be receiving that. It should be receiving that. It should be receiving that on mouse leave. Well, what we can also do as well, just to check, to debug this, is like on mouse leave, or in that function, the reposition highlight. Is it reposition highlight? And that's reset highlight. Okay. Sorry, we want. Okay, so E. Okay, cool. So I don't really know what that means. So what's EV? So that's event. tab. Is that working? Oh, no, I'm not tabbing in the right place. Let's go back to the example and see if you can... Okay, no, so it doesn't work. So it's only hovering. So we want this, and right now we're not really getting that. Well, yeah, we're definitely not getting that. Sorry, I'm not missing messages, but I don't know if it's... if everything's coming through in the chat properly. Okay. Ah, I see. Okay, so let's figure this one out. So what I'm trying to understand is where... So we're calling... Ah, okay, wait, okay, so let's make sure that we're actually passing this through to the right place. So on mouse over... So we've already... So let's say on mouse over TypeScript. I just want to know what the type is. Where's the TypeScript? Okay, yeah. Mouse event. Cool. So we want mouse event. So it knows what that is. So it's generic. So we would need to pass in like a... And it's not... Do we need to passing anything else? Yes. Attributes that use. Okay, so we're looking for on mouse over. Oh, okay, no, we were literally just right on that. Wow, is that what we would need? I think this is the actual initial mouse event, like the actual type, right? I think, can we get away with just doing that? There's a problem as well, so let's figure out what that is. Ah. Unless we pass it like I don't know, HTML div element or something. Is it gonna be happy with that? No. Mouse event is not generic. Oh, maybe we can't pass it as a type here. But maybe here though we can say mouse event and pass like a... Is it going to let us do it? No, it doesn't want to let us do that here either. I don't know if it's changed or what. So we can't... Can we say mouse event? Seems to be alright with that, but yeah. I mean, this is just to let TypeScript know what we're doing, essentially. Right, I haven't had anything in the chat. I just want to make sure that it's actually still working, because I think every now and then. So yeah, if you guys are saying stuff and I'm not getting it, I apologise. I think we're alright. Just that every now and then it gets a little bit buggy. So yeah, we're passing through. Like, I mean, I believe we're passing through that. But let's check though that we're actually getting that. So first thing I want to do to debug this is that when this is like, I just want to make sure it's being called. So I'm just going to be logged. So let's say function called. And we get the dev tools up, and now if I go to the console, wow, that's tiny. Let me just clear it for a second. And now if I let me just hop. So I think if I hover over this, so it's on mouse over, right? It calls reposition highlight. So I'm just gonna mouse over these, and I should in here see some stuff, which as we can see I don't. So like that is already an indication to me that our function is not working. Like it's not being called. So we need to figure out like where we're actually. So we're passing it into nav menu item. All right, and I think actually I also know what I've done, which is really. I'm still using tabs nav, aren't I? Oh dear. Yeah. Okay. My bad. So what I've done is I haven't removed the. I've kind of confused this whole thing a little bit. So let's kind of go back through and figure out actually what we're doing. So we've got the nav menu item, right? Okay, that's cool. So no, I think it's still fine that we're passing. Okay, so no, okay, this is all good. This is fine. This is fine. I think the problem we're having is that I'm not passing. Yes, this is a problem we're having. Okay, I'm trying to directly access them, so I really shouldn't be passing this through here. This is a little bit tough because like now I have to kind of rework things again. So let's look back at this. So okay, yeah, that's fine. We're still passing href. That's fine. So we actually no longer have need for like this thing here. So what we can do is we can move up. We can move this motion UL. So tabs nav now can actually just be. It can actually just be like a div or something. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. I'm going to take the motion UL and I'm going to put it here. I'm going to put it at the top level. And then I'm going to put it there. And then just under, is that going to work? Just under that down here, I'm just going to remove this for a second. And then tabs nav can actually just be, we don't really need to do anything with tabs nav. It's literally just a wrapper. So that's what I got mixed up with. Okay, so styled, it can just be like a styled, I don't know, div or something. You don't have to pass in a second thing, but I'm just going to pass an empty object. Okay, it's got a problem with that. Reference error. Yep. So we're not passing any props through. Okay. Clear the console again. So now we're stacking things kind of weirdly, but are we getting that function being called? No. That's fine. We'll kind of get there, I think. Okay, so let's try and hopefully get a bit more of an idea of what we're actually trying to do here. So tabs nav now needs to be the thing that we style. So instead of styling the nav, I don't even know where we're using nav anymore. I think let's just find out where we're using nav. So the nice thing about this is that I'll know that it would be like class name equals nav. Okay, so we're using it in nav bar. So that's not even the CSS we're looking for. So, all right then. Okay, cool. So what I actually want to do is, so not tabs highlight, but actually the tabs nav. I want to just make that like display. I want to make that itself display flex, I think. Cool, and then we can add our own gap again. And I can't remember where I did this before. Ah, it's here. Here we are. So we've obviously commented that out right now. There we go. That's much better. So let's actually just, I will copy the CSS. Yeah. Copy the CSS. Lovely. So that puts things back to how they were before, at least in terms of spacing. So we fixed that problem. Now we just need the function to actually be called. And like, hopefully, yeah, we still switch routes. We still got that working. So I can actually get rid of this now. I'm quite happy that you know, things are working a bit better now. So the thing that we're still kind of missing out now is we need to make sure that like we've got everything working properly. Cool. So that will just work by default now. So now what we need to do is make sure that this mouse event is actually reaching like what we want it to reach. We need to make sure that's working okay. So what I could just do, what I actually could possibly do here is, if you look at tabs highlight, right, is that gonna, yeah, I think, I don't see why this shouldn't work. What I might just do is instead pass the I think also maybe now we have, like, I don't think we should have to manually pass down on mouse over because it's just getting passed through anyway. But maybe I'll try and put props on, because I don't know if it's reaching the link, and that might be a bit of effort to debug. Maybe this is not the right way to do things, but like, okay, so that is strange, and that's not what we want. But the function was called at least, so we know. Can my nav come back? That is so interesting. So I don't know what's happening there, guys. But at least we know the functions are actually being called. So let's go back and see if we can get it to work for the link. Bye bye nav. The nav's running away from me, man. Oh my god. Man, CSS is a funny thing. Honestly, like, you can get some crazy things happening with CSS, I'll tell you. I'm sure you know already, but yeah, it's just, it can be a bit wild. Right, let's go back to our link and just see what's going on here. So the props are supposed to be, so they're being passed down, they're being passed all the way down to this link base, which should be taking, so this is the problem. This is the problem. This is what I always forget, guys. This is what I always forget, is I've got this link component, right, where like, and this wasn't my idea, I've seen this done before, which is a really cool idea, where, so Next.js gives you like a default link component for linking between routes. So it's basically like it's like Next.js's own React router, but so you obviously have that for internal links, but for external links you have to use an A tag. So what I've done here, like that I've seen someone else do, is this really cool idea where like you actually create your own link component where, depending on what's passed in, so what I do is that I take like the href that, so yeah, I take in the href that's passing, because obviously every link needs a href, even the internal links, and if it includes HTTPS, meaning that obviously it's an external link, then it renders a certain type of component. Otherwise it just renders Next.js component. And the problem that I'm finding that I keep doing, which is really silly, is that I keep only changing one and I keep forgetting to change the other. So the reason why that's not working is because I'm not actually passing it to the next link, because all of these page routes, these are internal links, so that function is not reaching this link because I haven't passed it. But now that I've passed it here, we can be pretty confident that this should definitely work. And I'm probably going to lose the nav again because something's obviously going fundamentally wrong, and I can test that now, and hopefully if it's working. Okay, so I'm keeping the nav, but is the function called? No. Okay, so let's just hover over that for a second and just see if the function was called at all. Okay, so we'll figure out like why exactly that's happening, but like at least now it will be reaching this component at least. So before I was passing it to the one that would be external, but none of those links are external, which was my bad. Okay, so cool. So what I might even do, what we can do to check this, right, is, so because this is taking all the props on the nav menu item level, we can pass something like an onClick, and this is, again, this is just a way to really check. This is a way to check. So onClick, I'm just gonna do this. I want to log, clicked or something. Just get rid of that for a second, and we need to define onClick. think I can just define both of these as some kind of mouse event, but I don't think it worked before, did it? I think we had a problem. Yeah, we had problems with that. That's fine. We'll just leave it for now. It doesn't really matter too much. But I think, yeah, I'm sure we don't have to actually define it. It should just be inferred. So when I click one of these links, it should trigger this on-click thing. If it's working, it should trigger on-click. So yeah, we can see like we're not getting the on-click. So I need to check that the props are actually being like properly passed along. What I can do, to be honest, which might work. I don't really know if it will work. Can we access the... Okay, so we have to... This isn't like... I wouldn't typically want to do this, but I can just do on mouse over and on click and just like explicitly pass them to the link. And then we can say on mouse over equals... It's going to know about it already. No, one mouse over. It should just know about, yeah, okay. And why are you not happy now? Oh, right. Of course. Okay, that's fine. I know the problem that's going on here, so we'll fix this in a second. And this is not, it's not really good because you don't really want to have to just be like a... So on click it takes, but for some reason on mouse over it's like, no, I'm not having it. So here we'd have to go to the link. But yeah, this is like not great. I'm creating a bit of work for myself here, but again, like I said, I'll come back and refactor this and kind of make it work a little bit better. But for now, so the reason it's not working is because we haven't defined them on this like interface. Yeah, I don't know. It's not the greatest thing. Or I might even just define it here. Like I'm pretty sure. No, so we can't define it there actually. Yeah, no worries, major. Sorry. So what we doing on mouse? Is it on mouse leave? No, sorry, not on mouse leave. On mouse over. So let's see if we can make it happy just by passing this in here. Type it as any again. I know I'm going to look back on this stream and be like, wow, how was I doing this foolish stuff? Okay, so we've got another problem. So TypeScript's really not liking us this evening, which is fine, because I'm obviously kind of just trying to cheat my way through this, but got to do what you got to do to just get things working. So this like gives rise to like a whole new problem, but what we can do now is just obviously do what we've done before and just make it optional, and that should clear that problem, which it has. Okay, cool, fine. I just literally want to get some validation that like when I hover or click on this stuff, like it actually invokes the function. So yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Like I know I'm doing things differently to like what's stated in the tutorial, but it should, in my head, it should work. But that's in my head. So we shouldn't really have to do this to like it should. If we pass some props right, then it should work. And also I'm going to just change the background to be, because I want this to be I want this to be the element background, so it should be like that when it's being hovered over. So okay, what can we do to get this to work now? Let's figure this one out. So we're not getting the on-click working. We're not getting yeah, we're not getting the stuff we need working to work. Also, this needs to not be here. This needs to be above the component, because there we go. Yeah, let's just get rid of all that because like it's just unnecessary. Don't need it. I'll get rid of it in the link as well. We just don't need those. We don't need that. So what? Okay, so what's the issue now? Cool. So the issue is so like I don't know why. So I get the fact that we have to like define it in the interface because obviously now we have an interface for it. It wants to know what's on there. I get that part, but because really what we really want to pass us to is the link. We want to pass us directly to the link, right? The whole idea is that with props is that it takes any remaining props and it passes it to that component. So by default, it should get this. And I'm happy to just put like on mouse over like in here again. Like that bit's fine. I get that. And what should happen is that it should like even though we haven't explicitly defined it here, it should carry over, as far as I understand, to this link unless we're passing props somewhere else at the same time. Because that doesn't work. You can only destructure props on one component. I mean, potentially you could do it on multiple, but that wouldn't make sense because you'd be getting probably values that you don't want in different places. So let's figure out what we're doing here. So here we're taking in the props as well, so that allows it to take in any external props. So that bit's fine. All of that is fine, and we're passing it then to the actual link base. Okay. That's the source of the problem. I've been very overconfident with my solutions this evening, but I think this time I think I've got it. Now I think I've caught the bug. So that's fine. I don't need that. Right. I think now. So obviously, yeah, that's making things go mad, which is good. That's a good indication. The nav's run away again. So now we know that it's reaching. We know it's reaching the right function. So I don't know why that's happening. Oops. But a nav that's running away from us, honestly, guys, it's a good sign. We just need to figure out how to make that stop now. And then once we do, we can just rework things. So I think what's happening is it's like the translate. I think it's maybe this transform. I think the bounding box might be going a bit insane. Let's try and re-enable like this and just see what happens by default. So like it's nowhere to be seen. Okay, so it kind of shows when it's I don't know, strange behaviors going on. I'm just wondering what it could be. Like, is it to do with the? I've got a feeling it's to do with like the positioning, like the relative and the absolute and stuff like that. Because really, what we're doing, so we're getting the. I'm kind of understanding what's going here. Like, so on the element, on the target, right, we're getting the bounding client rect, right, which is essentially its bounding box. So I'm just trying to figure out if maybe we're putting that on the wrong element. So reposition highlight. Cool, it's not highlight tab. And we're using the refs, right? Let's make sure we're doing, stuff right. Reset highlight. So on hover, like on the hover, that's what's going wrong, right? Like that's That's what seems to be going wrong. Okay, let's see what happens if we just remove this, and we then have to remove the CSS with it, because like it doesn't know what those are. Those are just going to be null. We don't have to, like the CSS. I don't think it will error out on us, because I think with CSS, like if it doesn't know what you're doing, it's not gonna, it just won't render. Okay, so it's fixed itself, but like we've got, so that's the problem that I'm having with this. This is what I don't understand, is like why this is happening. Or, you know, what happens if we make it a div? No, yeah, it's literally the same. It's literally the same. It's the. That's why I can't like understand what he's done, and the position absolute as well. I can't really get that bit. And okay, so let's try and just do some things manually. I'm just gonna, yeah, it doesn't give us an error, but like let's say if I put the opacity to 0, I want to make sure that like it makes. So we don't want that. We don't want that. Or at least, yeah, it shouldn't make. I just want to make sure that we're not passing in any additional CSS where we don't want it. No, I don't think we are. No. Ah, okay. I think. Yeah, I think maybe we're not explicitly passing in. Where are these styles going? Highlights. So they're going on the okay. So they're going on the tab highlight, and then on the tab itself, we're then explicitly but we're explicitly setting the color here as well. So I don't really know. This probably doesn't make much sense to everyone. We're explicitly setting the color here, so that, yeah, that eliminates the fact that that wouldn't work. I feel like I'm just so deep in with this now, but like I'm almost there at the same time. Almost there. I'm almost there. But I don't understand the this opacity thing. Surely that wouldn't be opacity. Surely it would be this. Surely it would be like background or background color. So surely it would be background color, right? Like, what's the thing? Highlighted tab. Let's just do it that way for a second. Highlighted tab. We want it to be element BG, and if not, we want it to be transparent or something. Like we don't want it to show. Surely it would be something like this. So obviously it does it for all of them, but we want it to do it for like each individual thing. That's better though. That's what we want. Like when we hover, we want that. But like, why is it happening? I don't know if you guys know what I mean. Like, it's just, it doesn't really make sense as to. Am I even putting it in the right part? So the tab is just a link, right? So maybe we should just make the nav menu item just be a link. And then... Oh. Hold on a second. Yeah. I definitely have overcomplicated this. So let me actually instead... We're gonna go back on what we did earlier. We're gonna get rid of that. I don't need that anymore. We'll just let that be the link. We'll just let the props go onto that. And this tab's highlight, we need to put outside of this. Now I think that this is the problem that we're having. it's on the wrong level, basically. I mean, technically, yeah. It's on the wrong level, basically. That we want that one more in, right? So again, we're getting this like I think, why is it? Let's have a look at what the wrapper is. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Let me just get rid of some of these other things as well. Okay. Oh, okay. It's part of this LI class. Yeah. Why is this gone back to? Is it because I've got rid of the styles? Hey, Lego Logic, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. I think I've still got some tea. It's really cold now. Yes, yeah, I am indeed, yeah. From the UK. It's 3 AM here right now. Yeah, whereabouts are you from, Lego Logic? Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Right. Okay, so measure. Oh, nice, cool. That's cool. What time is it over there? I'm sure you're far ahead of us. Do I have to? Okay, maybe I have to make this. Maybe I have to put this styling. No. I don't think I have to put this styling. Let's try it. Okay. 11 AM. Okay, so you're like 8 hours ahead. Okay. That's cool. So what's the tabs? So what's happening with tabs now right now? Honestly, this is making like no sense to me whatsoever. I like styles. No, I get it. I get how it's working. It's because we haven't added the rest of the CSS in. Okay, I have more confidence now that this might work. So ref. So we've got the. So no, we don't want this anymore. We want the ref now. We want the. Okay. What we want now is. Okay, so we've got the tabs nav. We want the ref. I don't know if I passed this before. This might be another reason why things didn't work. We want the ref passed to it, and we also we want this. So the styles we can now pass directly as CSS, and we can work that way. So we can do this, and then we can again we can enable this, and we can just so what we can do actually is just do this. That is equal to highlights, transition, duration. It's not the best way to work through it, but it will do for now. You a gamer? No, I don't. I mean I do game, like but I don't stream gaming. I primarily just do coding. But yeah, I do. I mean, I do a bit of gaming. So okay, so opacity can be highlighted, styles, the opacity. So I think I understand now how this is working. So it will. So essentially, the whole thing is highlighted, but once we are hovering over that element, it's going to get the size of that element, and it's going to make sure that the size of the highlighted styles is only around that element. It makes sense to me. And I realized I was making a lot of careless mistakes, but you know, that's part of web development, I guess. You know, it's just always right. But yeah, how about you, Lego Logic? Are you a gamer or are you a developer? To transform. Okay, highlighted styles.transform. Okay, so I think this is much better. So hopefully now. Nope. The nav's running away. You're trying to get developer with okay. What games do you play? Okay, so that's immediately gone. So I'm kind of convinced that it's something to do with yeah, I'm convinced it's something to do with stuff we got here. Let's see if it's the translate thing. We just want to debug what's actually going wrong. It's not that. Maybe the width. Maybe it's a mixture of things, but maybe it's the width. So that's partly the problem. And then also the highlight styles. I think as well. Maybe that's why he's using the position actually just to keep it in place. So now when I look at this, I think. So he's actually using it to position it so that it's like it sticks right. Position it in the document. I understand that bit. The only problem I have with this is that like we're now having to do a bit of extra work to ensure that it stays in its place in the layout. It'd be interesting to see how Next.js like achieve this. So now I would expect no. So it still doesn't stay like in the layout. It's still shifting across. Okay. I should have done this on a separate branch as well. Oh, okay. I've never heard of those, but I'll check those out. So I realize I'm jumping out of the camera shot all the time. What's with Next.js? Is it an improvement? Yeah. So Next.js is like it's a framework that's built on top of React. So if you're familiar with Node.js as well, it's kind of like a way to create full stack React apps. So like you can, it's quite similar. It's still similar to like it's still React. It's just that you have the different structures. You have pages which are all roots, so that if you say slash like projects or slash garden, it will go to those roots. It will already know about those. You don't have to set that up, and then then you can create your other folders that you would usually do in React. But what you have in the pages directory is this API, so you can, where you would usually be doing like your fetch requests within your React components, you actually have like a place where you can do fetch requests here, and then you can fetch them from the front end. It's just a way to kind of get started quicker with React apps, and like using Node.js as well, because this is using Node.js, these API routes. So that's the idea behind it. It's just very, it integrates a lot with many other tools as well. So it's just really, really good for getting started quickly. Cool. Okay, so we're still not getting this to work. So even with the position absolute, which I don't really know if that's working. What happens if we make it position absolute and just get rid of like, oh, okay. So that's because we've made the tabs nav position relative, right? Because if we don't do that, okay, no, so maybe not. It's still, what else have we? I think we've made something else. Yeah, we've made this position relative as well. So let's not make it relative to that. So that it literally just disappears from like the UI. So why does that happen? Yeah, so API, yeah, so it's all in the same kind of place, which is kind of nice. So you don't have to, so you no longer have to like set up your React front end and put that on a server and then have like a separate backend server. It's all on in like one place basically. So you can just deploy the app to one server, and you can have like a front end and a back end essentially that are like running in the same place. And you then also like avoid all the things with like cores as well, like with the cross origin resource sharing, and you know those issues are kind of resolved in Next.js a lot more as well. So it's really good. And I just love building with it because I'm able to test my ideas quickly. I'm able to get something up and running very quickly compared to how I would used to do that in React. So yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Okay. Is it transform? Guys, I don't know. Like okay, let's take a step back here. All right, let's take a step back. So I'm going to re-enable some of these positionings. I'm just gonna turn this off again for a second so we can just get back to where we were. Okay, weird. So in part, so the transform. Yes, for some like I don't know how he, I don't know how we managed to do it here, but like he's got the. So when the mouse comes off it, that bit disappears, but the text doesn't, which it shouldn't. But for some reason, oh, right, okay. So he didn't wrap it around the styles. So that changes things. Now we need to transform. So we're nearly there. We're getting that kind of movement. So okay, this changes things a bit, but we're still getting some problems. But we can fix that. Okay, so this is much better now. We're a bit closer to where we actually wanted to be, because I didn't. So obviously I was wrapping the entire thing so that when we were hovering off it, the opacity was disappearing from the text as well. So what we have to do now is just try and get that to. So I think this is possibly where that positioning comes into play. It's just a bit of an assumption that I don't know if that's going to work. Okay. So we need it behind. So we need. But look, you can see now that's the movement that I want. So before it was a bit more choppy, but that's the kind of that's the movement I want on these. So I don't know if you guys can see, but it like glides across each one. And it just looks very nice compared to like. So what we want to do, I think now is to get this like in the right place. So how do we get it now so that it's behind the element? So let's think about this for a moment. So tabs nav can be. Let's switch this around. That's going to be the li. Tabs highlights can just be a div. I don't think that will fix it itself, but we kind of now need to. What happens if we give it no background? Yeah, cool. So we need that background. So so how are we able to? How will we be able to get this to right? Okay, let's look at this. So I believe it should be appearing behind. I think maybe because of the position absolute. maybe that's changing things. So let's see if he's added some kind of positioning. Yeah, okay, so we've got position relative that we need to add to. Oh, okay, we need to add some things to the tab maybe. So which is the nav menu item. That's the equivalent to the tab. So okay, we don't need the CSS anymore, or we don't need this CSS anymore. We need to add our own stuff. So if we go back to the nav menu item now, that CSS wasn't even going anywhere anyway, so that's fine. But what we can do is that we can just pass the remaining CSS, because it might be a bit better to have it on that level. We can pass any remaining CSS. So like maybe I can just say color. I think this should override what came before as well. I'm just gonna put violet. Oh no, I want violet. Like I just want violet, so it's really obvious. So like that's really obvious, right? It's overriding that. Cool. So we know that the styles are being applied where we want them to be. So what I can actually just do now is go back to the example, and let's just take some of this CSS and we can just rework this again and you know, get this to work the way we want it to. First of all, we get rid of all of the semicolons and replace those with commas. Gonna go to the next thing. Okay, that's not gonna work for that example. Let's just go manually do this for a second. We need to change that to our camel case. 1416 rand. That's interesting. I've never seen that for a font size. We don't need to do anything like that because we've already got those. Padding as well. We'll do something probably a bit different with that. And well, actually, the padding's probably okay. And then color as well. And hover needs to be in quotes, and we need to just put some stuff around that, and we should be okay with that. It needs to put a colon there. Okay. So now let's see. There we go, guys. And I can get rid of the color because we don't need that anymore. So on hover, we don't need to do that either. And there we go. We got there in the end. It took a long time. I will admit that it took much longer than I thought. That took 2 hours, guys, or over 2 hours. No, it took 3 hours. Okay, wow, that took 3 hours. But we've now got this really nice kind of like navigation. So this, you know, this is how. We also need to just quickly change one or two things. We need to change. I think we need to change like this top. Can I, do we need that? Oh, yeah, we kind of do. But if I remove the height, what happens there? Okay, so it needs a height. It needs a. So let's try and find some middle ground here. So 6 is not going to work either. 9 is like too much that way. Oh, sorry. So 11 is too much. Is it which way is it going? So we don't want it that way. We want it like 8. One thing I'm kind of interested to see is like what that's like in different sizes. Like if we go down to like the iPad, like we can't really see it on this view. That's the only problem. We can't really. Can we replicate? Like we can't do it like that. I don't know if there's a way we can actually replicate the mouse on the DevTools. Don't know if you guys know anything about that, but we just need to get it so it's like centered. What I'm kind of interested in though is how he managed to get it. I don't know if he maybe played around with like, but this is like perfectly center. Unless I think. Yeah, I don't know. Let's try something quickly here. Let's try something here. Let's try. So do we have to do display flex? No, we don't. Okay, we don't have to do display flex anymore. What we could do is display grid, place items center. I don't think this will work, but you know, it's worth a shot. Always worth a shot. No, okay, that's not going to work. So it's not working the way I think it is. That's okay. Okay, so let's just play around with this until we're happy. Okay, so that's pretty much in the center for me. So I'm quite happy. Always got to shoot your shot. Always, man. Especially in web development, you just got to hack. You just got to hack it till it kind of works. But this is what I was after, and it works. So we got there in the end, man. We got there in the end. It took a very long time, but yeah, thanks for sticking with me, guys. Appreciate the support. So yeah, there we go. It works well. So now I can go and make my commits and stuff, and I'm happy with that. That's done. Okay, so now we've got to get it to work the other way, like vertically, and we got to get this mode. So it's 3:20 right now. I'm gonna see how long I can stay on this. Like I'm probably gonna maybe stay for like another hour or so. And I want to try and get, if I can find my older project. So I had a earlier version of this site, which is live currently. So this was it. It doesn't look great, but it's just very basic. I don't know if, okay, no, so that's not the version I'm after. I think I'm just trying to remember if I actually have this up. I think I maybe had it on a preview branch. Let's take a look. This was a while back that I was doing this. Yeah, okay, cool. So this is the version I'm looking for. So like what we're hoping to kind of replicate is like this mobile nav menu, where like I still want to kind of, I quite like the animation there, right, where it goes to that. Something I found on CodePen. But what I want is to have this functionality where you can tab through, and it just traps the focus in this bit. So what happens without doing any focus trap is that what happens is, which is really weird, is that two things were happening. Is that like initially when I did this, I would put position, I think, fixed, and what would happen is that I thought that it would obviously put itself in front of the other content, but what it did was that it just put itself above it, so that when you like tab through and you don't focus trap it, it tabs to the next element, and then it would, so the next element is like the next page, and it was just scroll down, and it just looks terrible, and that's not what you want. Didn't actually mean to get rid of that. So that's kind of what I'm going to try and re-implement, and yeah, we'll take a look at. I think what I'll do, I'll look at how I created the last one and create something quite similar. So what I'm going to firstly probably do is just create that similar icon. I think I've got the other project somewhere anyway, so I'm just going to be quickly copy and paste and stuff. But like, let's make the commits we need to. I suppose it's a feature, so and it I can't remember what it's called. Like, I suppose, yeah, tab component. So I'm just going to say add tab component. I'm going to say Vercel, like, just so I'll know what that means in future if ever I need to kind of come back to it. That's it. That's done. Cool. That's all committed and pushed up to GitHub with conventional commits. So I'm happy enough with that. Get rid of a couple of these, and I'm just looking at my other screen to find where I have my stuff. So yeah, okay. don't know why I did that there. Anyway, so cool. If clicked. Cool. Yeah, I did some okay stuff here. Like, yeah, this kind of makes sense. So what we want is... What I want is like I'm gonna use a hook that I was using there as well, just to be a bit more declarative about things. It's to use media query hook, which is just really super useful. It's super useful for like where you want to. Because typically, like the way you would go about like displaying components based on media queries is if like you would just do it on the on the CSS level. So if something like stitches, right, you would maybe extend the CSS, and then you would say if it's on just like we've done here, if it's on breakpoint 1, display none, and then for like the opposite component where you want that to display instead of it, you would put display, like whatever you want block. And then you would just swap them around for like where you want them to change. So for example, like I want to display this, on the bigger screen sizes, but once it gets down to like this mobile size, as we can see here, it just looks awful. We want to get rid of the like nav menu, and we want to get rid of this. We want to swap this like button out for a menu button. So basically the idea there would be to kind of have a way in which you could like do that in a way that makes sense, because like typically you can do that on the CSS level like this, but the only thing is like for here it's fine, but like for things where you're actually changing like the look of things, maybe like across, so like this is obviously, they're both like nav bars, but they're displayed differently, and I think for that kind of thing it's better to be a bit more declarative, and the way you can do that is by creating these like media query hooks. I'm just going to create a utils, and I'm going to create hooks folder, because that's what I typically like to do. And inside that hooks folder now, I can say use media query .ts, and so I can just paste in some stuff from another project. I actually don't know what type query is. Again, I have to look at that. I think there's just there'll be a way to get that. Typing everything is any right now. It's alright for now. Oh yeah. Well, excuse me. I know it works in JavaScript, so like this has worked well for me. So so it's cool. But yeah, eventually what we'll do is that we will type this all so that like even when we're using this, we know the kind of values it's expecting. So if in any scenario we try to pass anything that it doesn't, then it's going to error out for us and stuff like that. So that's good. Well, okay. So we've got our hook. We can now import that hook here. So we want to try and do this. So this file, we're already like 200 lines in, and it's going to get like a little bit bigger. So like at some point we'll want to maybe start like where we need to. Like I think what I'll try and do is make this tab component its own thing, because I want to be able to reuse this in other places. So essentially, like eventually, sorry, we'll be using. So this tabs nav, we could probably like find a way to extract all of this information outside into its own component. I might even just do that now. No, I'll refactor. I'll come back and refactor in my own time. Like I want to kind of get this done. So we can actually let me go back to my task app, and let's tick off. Really, I have to log in again? I thought it would have kept my session. So yeah, this is like another little project I created like a little while ago. I think I can't remember who it was. It Major I was showing? I was showing someone else on the stream earlier. So we've added the tabs for navigation. We can check that off, and in its own time, it will go to completed. But like I was saying earlier on, I'm working on doing some work on this to make it real time. We'll make it more real time, and to just clean up the styling a bit, make things a bit nicer. Apologies there, just whack my mic. So now we're adding the mobile nav with focus trap. So that's the next thing that we want to get done. So what we want to do here, I'm just trying to think of the best way to kind of do this. So yeah, let's create, I think for this kind of thing I always want to just create 2 separate navs. The good thing about what we're doing so far is that like we can just get rid of like this here, right? And it's just going to get rid of that, and we still get those 2 kept. So that's a nice thing, is that we can try and get a way to remove that there, and then we'd have to create like maybe just a separate separate mobile nav. I think it would probably be the easier way to do it. And what's nice is that we can say, if it's in this size, return this, otherwise return this. So I think that's probably what we would do. So in that case, what we can actually just do here, because if I save this, it's going to go back to how it was. But what we can do here is for tabs. So for this motion URL, we can actually just say at breakpoint 1. So at breakpoint 1, so this is like at the mobile. Oh, have I done this right? Yeah. Right? What have I missed out? No, okay, I've missed out something there. I need to be outside of that. Right, got it. Display none. Okay, and then at breakpoint 2, we want you to display flex. So that way it's going to get rid of that there. But then once we go to iPad, it's going to show up again, which is what we want. So that's cool. And then, so that works for that. And then we want what we want as well with the icon. So we want this whole button to change. So this is where I'm kind of thinking, you know, on this level, we'd actually want to use the media query now, because we would like to, we'd essentially like to check what the size is, and depending on the size, we render this theme toggle button, or we render a menu button, which will also be built on the same thing, like the same like icon button over here that the theme toggle was built on. So it will have the same kind of styling. It'll be consistent like that. So let's maybe do that now. And the first thing I would want to do is just to consume this hook, and I can't remember the exact thing. I think it's an array, right? Yeah. Okay. I know. Okay. It's just a variable. It's just a variable that stores that, like, stores like a Boolean value, right? So it's not any. It's a Boolean. Use media query needs to be brought in. Okay. So it's going to evaluate to true or false. So here we just, so TypeScript doesn't know. It doesn't know how to infer the type of this. So we just have to let it know that, hey, this is a Boolean. So, you know, it's going to only be true or false at any given time, really. And because it's really required that you need to pass something into this for it to work, like it's never gonna, like, or it shouldn't ever be null. You should never have a value that will be null at this point. You should always declare it here, and then it should be used below. So that's fine. We can just carry on with this. So what we can do here is we've got the theme toggle, and then we want to have like the like menu button. So what I would do here is we'd literally just say at this point is large, but I don't even want to say it's large. I'm going to say it's mobile. So maybe we can do this the other way around, just because like it kind of makes more sense to me to check that way around. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. Like it really doesn't matter what way you want to go with this. Like you can just do whichever way feels better for you. At least that's how I feel about it. Might not be right, but so it doesn't know what menu button is yet. It doesn't know what his mobile is yet, because we want to change that. I just want to say it's mobile, and then I want to say max width is what's the max width? I think it's 280. Well, actually, no. What are we going up to with mobile sizes? Let's have a look. So breakpoint 2 is 768. So max width is actually 768. I hope it doesn't include that, because that's like the iPad size. Anyway, let's see what happens. So menu button we need to now define. So let's go. I'm just gonna create it up here, and like what we'll do when it comes to refactoring, then I can think about splitting things up. But right now, like I'm just trying to take Ken Seedod's advice when it comes to co-location, and it's just a lot easier to like where and if you need to manage state and stuff. To avoid hasty abstractions, because I don't feel like I need to abstract anything yet. So right now I'm comfortable enough working in this. Like it's getting fairly big, but I can still at first glance still understand what's going on here. It's at the point where there's so much going on that I don't really know what's what. That's when I want to start kind of taking things apart, and especially where I need to reuse things as well. It's obviously where then you can just create those separate components. But for now, everything, probably except for the tabs, which would be on my list to refactor that. Everything but that really is pretty much specific to the nav bar, so it doesn't need to live anywhere else other than here for now. So the menu button, the menu button is basically just composed of the icon button, and so we want to return the icon button with some stuff, including an on-click and all that stuff. So we can set an ARIA label. Does it not know that? No, okay. But I'm guessing we're taking in props, right? Yeah, we're taking in props, so it will know what those props are. But of course, like we would like to get the autocomplete. I just can't remember exactly what we need to put onto it to get that. So ARIA label can be I think I'm just trying to think here, because we want to close that as well. So I need to go back to the other projects as well and see. So at this point, I think we're going to want to create this like use toggle hook as well. So we need yet another hook, which will be helpful. This will be very, very helpful for us as well, just to just to toggle something on and off. And I've put us instead of use. You just copy and paste some stuff in here. I had to type this one as any last time as well, but it's fine. So that's just going to let us create like this little toggle thing. So this is like just largely copying and pasting, but sometimes like that's just all you got to do, right? Okay, cool. So we want in this like navbar function here, we want to have these two variables. So we'll be passing these down probably to like a couple of things. One thing we want to pass it down to, I think, is it's probably like the menu button. We want to pass it down to the menu button. So this is where we want to be able to use the click to check something, and we want to also toggle that click as well. All right. So, it doesn't. Oh yeah, yeah. Of course it doesn't know what it is because I haven't imported it yet. Keep forgetting that. Right. So clicked is not okay. I got you. Yeah. Got to define the interface. Got to define the interface for my button. So we're going all the way up here. Interface, menu, button props. Oh, can't spell button tonight. Okay. So what are the two things? Clicked. Which is a always forget what these things are. What are they again? Initial value. Okay. That's a okay, so they're literally just typed as any. Let's just leave it like that for now. Clicked and toggle. Clicked. I don't really think. Or actually, better still. 1 second here. I don't really feel like the need to necessarily do this. So I think we just really wanted to pass it onto here. Is it onto here? I think we're still gonna have an issue, even if we pass it on here. Hello. I don't know why it's doing that. Oh no, okay, it seems to be alright with that now. Now that we're actually passing it to something, it seems to be okay, as long as we're just being, yeah, as long as we're actually, like, that's another thing that TypeScript catches, which is really nice, which is just something you get for free. So it was going to catch things like that. Like, you don't really catch that kind of stuff in JavaScript. You wouldn't know why it was working straight away, but it kind of makes sure that, like, even if you don't define an interface, it wants to make sure that that's going, like, these things are going somewhere. And if they're not, it's going to kind of error out and say that, like, this, you know, it's not on that, it's not defined within an interface. So as long as you're passing the props along, like, that will make it happy enough. It's probably still best to kind of have, like, either have an interface or to type this button in a way, like, obviously these are custom functions, so you'd probably want to type those, but for things that you would expect on an HTML element that you're passing down, you'd want to probably just try and type the actual thing itself to include that, but that's like another thing for another time that I think you could kind of go into. So we got our button there, and we're talking and stuff. So what's the problem that we're having here as well? Receive false for non-boolean attribute clicked. Okay. Cool. Okay. Well, we're not. Well, I think we need to do some stuff with this clicked anyway. So let's head up to. Yeah, I think we need to do some stuff anyway with that. So that's fine. Yeah. So we want to. Oh, sorry, guys. It's bedtime here. Okay. Yeah, whereabouts are you from, by the way, Majid? Just out of curiosity. Right. Let me. What was I just doing? I can't even remember. I'm from Canada. Oh, okay, cool, man. That's awesome, man. Like, Canada's somewhere that I've always kind of just, like, eventually, like, wanted to make it out to, like, and hopefully it could be somewhere that, like, I actually end up, like, living in the future. I don't know. It's always just seemed really cool to me as a place, and I mean, I think, yeah, like. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure, man. It'd be awesome to check it out. Like, I'm hoping at some point, like, maybe even like next year or like the year after, like, to take a little trip out there and just spend a little bit of time out there, and hopefully at some point in the future I can stay there on a more permanent basis, because, like, things over in the UK right now, like, it's like, I don't know. I think maybe as well, because I've been in my whole life, it's just kind of like I kind of like a bit of a change of scenery at least. So. Yeah, I can imagine, man. I can imagine, like, things here. Like, I'm still kind of getting into it, but compared to like the US and Canada, it doesn't seem that there's anywhere near as many like opportunities like for, especially for like for juniors and stuff. But yeah, like over there, it seems like there's a lot sort of going for it, which is really, really cool. So yeah, well, I mean, hopefully, maybe one day even a job will take me there. I mean, who knows? But yeah, man, thanks for joining the stream. I appreciate it. It's been good to have you here, man. Okay, so it does not recognize the toggle. Okay, yeah, it's because I haven't really used them. Cool. I'll check that out for sure. Yeah, I need to update that bot. Yeah, he warns everyone. Oh no, it only works in Canada. Oh, that's a shame. Or maybe I don't know. Maybe I'll try to use a VPN or something. That link is. Oh, okay, cool. I'll try and check that out. Yeah, I'll take a look at that. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. That looks cool. Right. Okay, so let's pass in clicked and toggle click there. Yeah, let's pass them in. Let's do that. Of course, yeah, we need to pass them through, right? That's just complaining. It's just like, what the hell are you? It's implicitly any, but we can just fix that for a second by just typing them as any, and it doesn't know about any props because we're not being explicit about that. Now we are. Yeah, that's my bad. Okay, it should. Well, I think that should clear up the errors here anyway. Yeah, no, for sure. Okay, sure. Yeah, can maybe do that at some point. Yeah, I mean that'd be cool. Yeah, it'd be interesting to watch that at some point. Yeah, we'll catch you soon, Major. Major. And yeah, take care and all the best as well with the job search. I'm very much in that same boat myself. Right, menu button cannot be used as James. Return type is void, right? Okay. Of course, because I haven't actually returned anything, right? Oh no, I have actually. Its return type is void. It's not cool. So, is that because we're not? Okay, well let's just see what's going on here. Oh right, okay. What are we expecting? Passing error as well. This is like one of those things that's going to take me like a good minute to figure out what. Oh, okay, I know what's happened. It's because I didn't close the brackets here. Well, I'm glad I found that quickly. There we go, and that fixes literally everything. And hopefully, I think yes. That should get rid of our errors. Let's just refresh to make sure. Gets rid of all of our problems. Cool. And we're now clicking. So what we can do as well is just create a quick log. Again, just to check that, it got clicked. So there we go. Works. So our toggle is working as well. And that's going to be useful for displaying our menu when we're ready to do that. So what I want to do is to put an icon in this now. So yeah, what I really want to do here is grab this menu icon. Where did I create this in the last version of my portfolio? I think I created it here somewhere. Menu icon. Where are you at? It's here. Okay, cool. Line and line box. Okay, cool. That's cool. I'm gonna copy and paste some stuff here, and that's absolutely fine. Okay, cool. So let's create some menu icon styles, and we'll just throw them in here. Okay, so it's implicitly any. Sorry, TypeScript. For lying to you, I will promise I'll come back and type these all properly in time. I just want to get this stuff done right now. So I'm just going to leave that as is for the second, and then what we can actually just do is we want that actually just to be passed in here. So we want the menu icon to be passed as a child to that, and it seems to be okay with that. And then what we can actually so how can we create a toggle here? So so it's like, yeah, I don't know. We'll figure out the ARIA label in a second, actually, because I can't. Well, I can look at what I did before, because I think I did figure this out. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't. I'm just having a look at my other screen and seeing what I did. I don't think I actually did, which is not good. I did for the theme toggle, because you can kind of programmatically change the ARIA label based on light and dark mode. That's straightforward enough. So for like toggling the menu open and close, I just can't really. Was there something I was using to track the open state of the? That's how you could typically do it. Like if it's open, then the ARIA label will be like to close it, and vice versa. Maybe, yeah. We'll come back to it in a minute. We'll come back to it. But it's good. We've got, I think. I mean, I always do like a bit of like accessibility testing in the browser using extensions. So it, like, it will always show up there if you're using like buttons and stuff that haven't got any text but don't have an ARIA label as well. So like it should really be passed in. And wow, okay, so that was weird. So that's just like changed our entire thing. I think it's because, yeah, okay. So what we also want to do here is just maybe just pass in some CSS. Would be nice to get the autocomplete. Yeah. For now, let me define an interface. Let me not be so lazy. Let's say icon button props. Just check something for a moment. I need to also throw my phone on charge because it's about to die. Okay. Great. Icon button props, and let's kind of just be a bit more. So with children, I think we just want to. I can't remember if I ran into problems with this, but I don't know why I didn't do this before. Let's also just change this so we just can know in real time about any issues. It seems to be happy so far. Props, obviously, we don't need to type because it's just the rest of the things. But really, we should really be passing in. We should be declarative and explicit about what we're passing in. So we just can do the same thing with CSS that we usually do, so that it's aware of the theme. So that now when we start typing CSS, it can actually come up with all the things that we need it to come up with. So what was it I wanted to do? Yeah, I wanted to just set the position to relative. It might fix that weird issue that we're getting with the sizing. No, it doesn't. So I'm just wondering what that problem was. It's something to do with like some kind of sizing. Nope, not there. Okay, it's to do with that, but like, so like this is not even this stuff's not even showing up, and I think I know why. I think it's because there's no like color on it, or there's no. I don't think I'm using the correct tokens, right? Because there must be. Yeah. I'm using secondary. But if we switch this to, let's go all the way to our like high contrast. So there you can see we're getting it show up, and that's why like it's been so weird, is because it's positioning itself in the absolute position, like I think at that point. But what I can't seem to get is, I mean, I think it's maybe the size, maybe it's a size thing as well. Oh yeah, okay, so we're explicitly, so we need to just kind of also maybe dial in the size a little bit as well. And hopefully you can get things to work there. So let's try and figure this one out. So what I want to do, essentially what I want is size-wise for it to be like much smaller than it currently is. What happens if we remove position absolute? It just disappears. Cool. That's great, isn't it? For now, I think what I'm going to do, purely for time, is I'm actually just going to, I don't want to get rid of the menu button. I will like rework that and figure that out at a different point. I'm just going to use, is it the hamburger icon? Yes, from Radix icons, and there you see it fits. And then what we want to do now is we want to, when that's clicked, we want to open our navigation menu, basically. I suppose there's I don't know, there's a couple of different ways. Like, let's look at some different ways we can do this, because obviously I did it like the focus track way before, but like maybe we can like do something different. So here, like like here we've got that kind of that cool thing where it kind of switches. Like, I think I'm just trying to think of some other examples. I look at some of the examples of like people that we looked at earlier. Okay, so here we've still got like the same thing. Let's have a think here. I'm just trying to think of any other examples of where you might have some different. So what does the Rob do for his? Cool, that's nice. So that. Okay, so like that's what I had before. Like, I don't know, personally I'm not a fan of that functionality. But I don't know if that's like, perhaps that's I don't know if that's the intended functionality actually. So let's tab through. Oh, okay, so we're just gone. Yeah, that's one thing I've always wondered. Like, I don't know what the intended functionality of like mobile navigation is. Like, is it after like you tab to a certain point? Is it, because for here, like I've kind of focus tracked it, but is it actually that the person might actually want, like the same way that you would have like a navigation on like a bigger screen, or like, yeah, on like a bigger screen size, like is the intended, or the is the expected functionality like to be able to just go down here and go into the main stuff, or do you like, would they expect to trap it if they're opening that navigation? So I don't know, maybe for now I might actually just go to, I might just maybe go with that and just kind of do it the way of like opening like an overlay, and I think it's like a position kind of fixed thing. I can quickly probably just implement it here really, and I can probably find a way to work the nav menu back into it and still get those like nice hover things. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it should work. I think it really should work. So I'm just trying to figure out right now where in my last project I did that stuff. So I had like an overlay. Okay, yeah. Nice. Okay. So I'm gonna kind of copy what I did before. I think probably might work. So I want to overlay, which I'm gonna put. Doesn't really matter. Maybe I'll just put it up here for now. I'll sort all this stuff out later, and then yeah, maybe the background we can make. Yeah, that's fine. And then yeah, that's cool. And so the Z index. I don't know if I actually created Z indices. No, I didn't. But it could be a good time just to do that. I just use Chakra UI's. I like their default kind of theme stuff. It's quite cool. So let's just go to the default theme, scroll down a little bit, and eventually we'll find all the values that we need. And I think it's somewhere like here, Z indices. We can just take all of these and literally just use that. I mean, might not need all of them, but it's just good to have. So we can. So now it will know about overlay. Like even if I get rid of this and do that now, it like knows about all these things. So that's just how awesome Stitches is. It's just really cool. Okay, cool. So we've kind of fixed that up, and then just going through my old project again. So when the menu button's clicked, we want to display. So it toggles the click right, and then okay, yeah. So let's have a look at something here. I just want to make sure that like, so here we're getting that, and then when we go to iPad, we should get, so we shouldn't get that anymore. We should actually get the theme toggle. So like we need to, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so it happens. So that thing that I was checking before, it needs to be like just before. I'm just trying to think. Where does it actually, I wonder where it ends. Let's go responsive. So okay, cool. So I think probably at like around 4 something 500 we'd want to. I'm trying to think what's a typical probably like 5 something. Doesn't really matter so much. Like what's a bigger size of like these 360 there, you got another 360. Yeah, let's say like 540, right? We'll take that as like our. So at 540, I'd probably want to go. I want to go back. So we can actually just change. We can probably just change that in general. We can actually change that in general. Why not? So let me change this to 540. So what we're seeing now, hopefully. So that's fine there. So that's still 540. But now when we go to iPad, yeah. So now we've got the theme toggle. That's what we want. What we also want is to change in the config this token to 540. And now you'll see that our navigation menu will also display on the surface like Geo kind of size, which is good. Okay, so we're still getting that. Is that coming from? Okay, no, this is coming from. This is like another problem now that it seems we're having. It's fine here. It seems to be just on this this size here. So oh yeah, which is to do with like that, right? Because obviously now we're having some issues. Okay, let's keep things simple then. let's keep things simple, and because we have to make the trade-off of whether we want to introduce new problems into, and like maybe it doesn't matter too much, but I kind of like to, if possible, just create like an optimal experience for like most of the sizes, if I can. So I'll just undo that, and maybe that can be like a future implementation. That's fine. Save that, and then I'll revert that back. So actually, so we want that. So we want to not. So by the time it gets to there, we want it to change. So what would we be? Would do it just before maybe? But is that at the point? If you make it responsive, let's see at the point at which, yeah. So that's literally at the point where like things change anyway. So that's fine, because that's where the layout changes. So we'll leave it like that for now. I'm cool with that. So get that back up actually, and let's go back to our mobile size, and we can now work on just quickly getting an overlay. So it's 4 a.m. now, and I've been streaming for just coming up to 4 hours. It's crazy. So what I'm trying to do here is so what I'm trying to do is click that and then get an overlay display for us, which should be cool. So let me look back on the old project again and find out where I've implemented that, because it would just make life a lot quicker and a lot quicker. Okay, yeah, here we are. So we want to get this mobile menu. So we want to get I suppose you passed the mobile menu into the actual nav, right? Yeah. Cool. Okay. So somewhere in here we want the mobile menu. It does just, yeah, it doesn't really, I don't think it matters where we pass it as such. I'm just thinking. Maybe we wrap this in a fragment and then we put the mobile nav on the same level as yeah, maybe we do that. Or is there another way we can go around it? No, I think I'll just keep things simple. So let's try and see if this will work anyway. And what we want to do is just pass this mobile menu, which doesn't exist yet. Nope. Mobile menu, and we can then go and create that. So we can just, again, probably come up to just the top is fine, and we'll just say, actually we'll just put it there, we'll put it below here, equals component, which will return some stuff. So first thing that we want to do, I think, are we still typing this as any or what? I can't remember, but let's just do that now for now. And then, so what we'll say is, yeah, if, okay, yeah, we want to say actually, if clicked, return, return overlay, the overlay that we created with some stuff in it. Okay, so we want to create the overlay. Cool. Maybe I'll just pass the CSS in here because I've done that before and I think there's probably a good reason for that. So I'll trust my past self with that. We'll have to then again define, we'll have to define that. And, I think that's maybe just to block the the possibility that it would display on a large size. Probably, yeah. That's what I can imagine it would be for. And then, okay, and then this is literally just where we pass in our, we're passing the tabs. So we pass in the tab. The only thing that we want to change here, the thing that we want to change here is we want to allow some configuration for the actual direction. Okay, so again, it's a bit angry at us, TypeScript, for some reason. I was going back to this now, which is weird. I'm sure that wasn't shown up before, but maybe it's the menu, the mobile menu that's causing it to kind of act up. I don't know. I don't know, but we haven't pass clicked to the mobile menu yet, which is why we're getting shouted at down here. So at least, you know, because it's going to tell us that clicked. Oh, okay. Well, we also haven't return type element undefined. It's not a valid JSON. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, because it could be undefined, right? I get that. So what we need to do is we need to, if clicked, return that or return null, right? I think that probably might be the smart thing to do, if that would work. So if click return that stuff or just return null. And that solves that problem. Okay. And we also, we do need to pass in, and I just started it and I don't know if I finished it. I should have. We can pass in clicked equals, but because we haven't typed it, like we're not getting, you know, we aren't being alerted. So this is why, like, it's always better to type things. It's because you're not being alerted now if you know, you're not passing that prop, but you need that prop to actually display the thing. So typically, you know, I would do that. I will go back and do it, but at least, you know, I know at this point that that's what I want to do. But it's always best to kind of just let TypeScript kind of guide you in that way and just let you know what it needs. So if we go into the icon button, so what was the problem here? If I tried to pass like a, okay, so I think so onClick is a function then. I thought that it would just set it as props. It's just on type. Okay. It's also past the CSS as well. We want to do that for sure. Just destructure that into that CSS variable. It's taking a while to accept that, but it's fine now. Okay, so it's not a fan of what we're trying to do here. So maybe maybe we can define it on click, but which is a function that returns void, right? For the most part. Does it return void? Yeah. Yeah. I'm like saying that, but I'm not like 100% sure. Anyway, I think that should be fine. And then we can just say onClick equals onClick. I mean, we would do this anyway, so it kind of just makes sense, and it's obviously erroring out because we haven't passed it in here. And now everything is all fine, but we still got a little problem because CSS isn't missing because we're making it. We're not making it optional, which it should be. It is optional, and so is onClick. You don't have to pass it. But what is not optional is that it needs to have children because it needs to render something. So that's fine. Cool. Okay, that's all kind of fixed, and we can now go back up to this, and so we've got tabs, which now we want to. So let's just save this for a second. Cool. Nice. So we've got the overlay displaying. Maybe I'll just put like a heading in here. Nope. I'm trying to type some stuff. Let's just put like a heading or something. Just so there we go. We've got like this new page, which is pretty sweet. So this would be like our navigation. Obviously, like the tabs aren't rendering right now, which is interesting. But I think that maybe let's have a look. What did we put them in before? Oh, we didn't put them in anything before. But maybe we can just yeah, I mean, it should be rendering out. I think maybe we need to position them or something. And I can probably go back and look at the overlay component and see if there's anything. I mean, but the hello seems to be rendering fine. That's just some text. We can like do stuff. We can adjust the padding. You can do that. I mean, that's a bit wild, but yeah, we can do that. So that seems to be working. The tabs, yeah, they don't seem to be showing up anywhere. But let's inspect the DevTools and hey, program, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. I'm just working on my portfolio right now, and I'm just currently trying to create a responsive navigation menu. So that's what I'm up to. What are you up to? And whereabouts are you from? That'd be cool to know. So I've got my skip link. Okay. So right now, I've got the header. Yeah, cool. So this is all like just fine. So right now we've got United States. Oh, nice one. Okay, so yeah, it's just probably getting late there for you guys, right? It's as you can probably tell by the accent, I'm from the UK, but yeah, it's like it's past 4 a.m. here, so it's a real late one for me. But like I had a big nap in the evening, and I knew I was probably going to be up most of the night, so I thought I just figured I'd stream for a bit and work on some personal project stuff. So yeah, that's what I've been doing. Okay, so I think this is our overlay now, and okay, no, this is not our overlay. That's the general. So that's our skip link. I think this is the current div, right? I've been self-taught for I think just a little over 18 months now. And now like I'm kind of at the point now where I'm like searching like for my first role like properly. I mean, I've been searching before a bit on and off, but like recently I've kind of really tried to sort of just try and do a bit more with my portfolios and stuff and get stuff finished and really like make a go of it. So but yeah, that's cool. So you're thinking of pursuing that very full time. Nice. And what sort of area are you currently? Like, are you front end, back end, full stack, or something else? So yeah, we've had quite a few. Like we've got quite a few people that do different things that have come into the stream. Like I think we've had a few like game developers as well and stuff like that, which is cool. So let's. Okay, cool. So that's our main nav. I can't really find where this overlay is, but so what like I'm struggling to find right now is why this tabs component isn't showing up. So we've got a fixed position. It's interesting. To say the least. I think it's definitely definitely something to do with it. I think maybe if we create like if you put some kind of div wrapper, like if you put some wrapper around it or something, it might maybe. I think maybe we've got an issue with the width or height or something. I don't know. I need to kind of import that, don't I? Let's try and import that. Is that going to work? No, I don't think it's nowhere to be found right now. So right now, like I'm just trying to get this done for the mobile view, but right now, let's jump out of this for a second. Oh, okay, no, it is showing up. It is showing up, which is good, I think. So this is actually, it's a really good point to like look at this and let's figure out what's actually happening to this. Ah, so that disappears for some reason when it gets to a certain size, which is not the intended. And what disappears, what I've realized, is that it's the actual right, I get what's happening here. I completely understand what's happening here. So I need to go back down to the nav menu items and I need to change. Yeah, it's here, right? Okay, cool. So actually instead, I think what okay, yeah. Okay, this makes a lot more sense. So what I can actually just do is provide like an override to this, which I hope doesn't override. Like I hope it doesn't. It shouldn't really. It shouldn't override what I'm trying to do here. It should still. This should still work. Oh, actually, wait. No, this is part of tabs, isn't it? Yeah. This is kind of tricky, actually. I think what I might do is, because if I just get rid of this for a second, if I comment that out, it's going to fail to compile because we got rid of the CSS thing. But if I just do that, if I'm to come out of it, so right now we have no way to exit out of this. I just have to refresh. So if I go back to my mobile view, so we don't want this. Like we want an alternative means of navigation, right? Nope. So we don't want that. But if I remove it there, then it also removes it when I open that. I'm just trying to remember what I did. I think I have to separately like create like, and I'm trying to avoid completely reinventing the wheel and like recreating the entire like navigation menu because I don't really think it's necessary. So what can I do here? I'm just thinking if there's a way I can. Okay, so let's think about this maybe a little bit. Take a step back. So we've got a situation where like we've got the navigation menu that we don't want to display. So okay, so maybe we can use maybe use the clicked. So yeah. Okay, cool. I think I might have an idea of how we can use this to work, or how we can get this to work. Oh hey, Ducati. Oh thanks. Oh awesome. That's really cool. Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, no, for sure. I'm just trying to stick with it, and like I think I've kind of got to a point now where I really know what I like, and my kind of thing is it's definitely, it kind of lies around sort of like UI development and sort of building interfaces. That's really my jam. But yeah, so the issue here is. Yeah, but thanks, man. I really appreciate that. The issue is that I'm trying to. So I've got like a navigation menu. So I've got like two types of navigations, right? I've got like the navigation on sort of like the tablet view upwards, right, to like desktop size. And what I'm trying to do here is on the smaller screen sizes, like on like mobile sizes, is to kind of get rid of the navigation and obviously have this that opens up. Like it's a very common pattern. But the problem is that I've got this sort of like nav sort of component or tab component, because you can kind of tab across them. And the problem is that when I was trying to turn it off for one view, it would turn it off to the point that here it just wouldn't show up. But now I've got it so that it's showing up. But the only problem is that if I was to go back, just refresh that, then it shows up here kind of thing. So I'm thinking at the moment what I can possibly do is, let me just get rid of that. What I could do is pass through so I could actually, is it taking any CSS? So what I can do is just pass in CSS, just create a quick interface for this. I'll just say tabs, props, and potentially I'll just type it as my theme CSS and pop that in there. So potentially now what I could do is just destructure the rest of that CSS into this, and right, so it's missing from something. Okay, great. Always forget to make it optional, so TypeScript doesn't get a bit mad. So it doesn't have to be on there. That sorts that. Yeah, so what I might do now is, I believe it's here now. I can now say actually if it's clicked, sorry, that's the wrong place. CSS. I can just say clicked. Can't do that, can I? No, because I need the actual thing, don't I? So display, and then I can say clicked. So this hopefully might work. Otherwise, just give us none. Colon instead. So that's fine, that works. But what we now need to do is kind of get rid of it on the normal view. The only thing I'm hoping right now, I'm just hoping that when we get rid of it, so I think I need to re-enable like this. I'm hoping that we can override this functionality. Yeah, okay, that works now. So I can change, what I want to try and do is change the direction of this. I can get rid of that little test that I did now with the heading. And hopefully, if this can work, is that if I can change the direction, I think because the hover is based on like the size of the element, it shouldn't matter if we actually change the direction to, sorry, I need to be explicit and put flex direction and choose column, which is for some reason it doesn't seem to like, but that is because I think the CSS is on the wrong bit, right? So there's probably something I can do here. Yeah, is that right? Yeah, I think so. Okay, hold on a second. Actually, what is the actual? But let's see what happens if we display block here. Is this what changes it? No. Okay, so that actually doesn't really matter. So we could actually have that as display block. That should be fine, right? And if we go to like a bigger size, yeah, it's still fine. So that's not actually that's not affecting the way they are displayed. So I think it's this tab highlight thing that might be, no, it's a tabs nav, right? I believe. So if I change this now and I just say flex direction like column, it should, I think this is what changes it. So what we can actually probably do is create like sort of add another piece onto our API here. Where is it? Yeah, here. We can add like a direction prop where, so like this just, I don't know, it just makes it more reusable now. So like I can use this in different places, and if I want like a vertical like flow, I can kind of do that, and then we can just be explicit here and just say like horizontal, my bad, and vertical, and then we can actually just pass that onto this like tabs nav prop. So by default, it's going to accept CSS because we created it using the style prop. So we have access to the CSS, and then we can literally just say flex direction. No, okay. Well, yeah, actually, you know what? I can say so. What am I making things more difficult? Should it just be row and column, or because I kind of prefer vertical and horizontal? I think. Wait, I'm pretty sure we can do this, right? I'm pretty sure we can do direction. We're not passing it in, so it's not going to know. Let me just do that first. So we've got a lot going on here as well, actually, which is I'm gonna kind of extract this out anyway, because I'll probably likely be reusing this in multiple places anyway. So so we want direction, right? And it already knows about that. So if I come back down to, I think it's here. Let me say direction. We got the choices here. So if it equals horizontal, then we want row. And then what's the other thing? Is it because we can do this? So we can do, or if so we can do this, right? Surely we can do this. We can do, or if it's vertical, then give us column, or just return null, right? Okay, yeah. Okay, so that kind of works. Maybe not. So what's the issue? No. Okay, so no overlay match this course. Go to the bottom. Type column row. It's not assignable. Oh, my bad. It's not assignable to type extension. Oh, undefined maybe. Okay, undefined. Okay, so it's happy now, and now direction's missing because we shouldn't have to pass it. Like it shouldn't be required necessarily. So what we can actually just do, because it can be undefined, we'll just make it obviously optional, and we can even provide like a default value. Maybe just say that by default, like with anything flex, it's going to be horizontal. I don't know why. Yeah, thanks TypeScript. So that just makes life a bit easier. So now that will be like that. But what we can now do is this now lets us just like any way that we use it. So now instead of doing flex direction column or whatever in the CSS, we can actually just hit control space and it's going to know about direction for us, and then it's going to autocomplete, and we can just say vertical, and it will make it vertically aligned, which is just really nice. So I'm gonna also center this, so maybe I'll do display grid. It's a nice little hack actually I learned from Una Kravitz. And you just place item center and it will just center anything center. And that's probably not working because of, is it because of the fixed? Or is it because we've got more than one thing in here? No, we've only got one thing in here. It should work. But I'm going to guess it's because of the position, maybe. Was it the width and height? Yeah, no, that definitely doesn't work. So yeah, so we don't want that. That's why we want to fix. That's why we want to fix the positioning, right? So we can't scroll. Nested terms. Yeah, I don't. I'm definitely. It's a little bit hacky. I think. Yeah, it's not probably an ideal situation. I mean, I could just yeah, I mean, I could definitely improve that for sure. But I like that. I like the sadness. Yeah, it's definitely not great. Yeah, there's so many things that I'll need to come back and fix and refactor with this. But yeah, I just kind of want to get everything working. So this works now. I think unfortunately, we can't see the hover animation. To be honest, actually, it doesn't matter anyway because it only really happens with mouse. So you can see. Oh yeah, it doesn't even really work here anyway. It's a little bit buggy, but that's fine. It's not too much of an issue. So what I want to try and do now is just get this to a point where it just looks a bit better than this. So yeah, we still want to have like I'm not sure. We still want to have the nav to have the like the navigation. So I think I'm trying to think of that actually. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the way I'll do this actually. I'm gonna have a look on my old project because so you've got the menu and what's yeah. So ideally, I want let's have a look. Ideally, I want all of this again, kind of. I mean, not all of it. I just want the logo and yes, the logo and the menu button. Right. Let's just take this for a second. And let's put this here first. And yeah, it doesn't know about this stuff right now, but we don't need we don't need to check this stuff. We'll pop that below. We'll put that below that. And we don't need. I don't think. Yeah, we don't really need that. So another menu button. Yeah. And do we need to pass that in? Let's have a look here. What I was doing before. So actually, okay. So the menu. So then, I think I know. I think I know what I did. I think I know what I did there. Oh, right, that makes sense. Okay, so actually, okay, yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I don't know. So tabs is the normal. So actually, we want. Yeah, okay, cool. So I think what we actually really want is the menu to be after like this tabs thing. So I don't really think that's the way right now. Let's just quickly get rid of that. And yeah, we'll just keep this as is for now. And then we need to put the mobile menu basically under this, I think. Would that work though with the overlay? Yeah, so yeah, because we want the overlay just below the. Let's try it. Let's just try it and see if it works. Let's just try it out. Let me just redo that. No, okay, so that like it literally overlays the whole thing. We want. What about the height? Is there? Yeah, definitely don't want that. What I want though is I think maybe I'm choosing not to display the whole thing. If I got two mobile? Oh dear God, my bad. Didn't mean to do that. So that doesn't work there. Oh, of course, because we haven't passed the clicked thing in. Let me just try it down here and see if that would work. But I don't really know if it would make a difference. No, it doesn't. Okay, no worries. Let me get rid of that. So we need to be getting like this top bar still coming up. Well, I guess, yeah, because it's outside of it, but surely. So how do we get it to work with it? Because we want it still, I suppose, kind of still want it within the nav, right? That doesn't seem to work. It wouldn't work out here. It would just be the same. Oh no, there we go. Okay, well that works. So if we just click that again, so that's kind of what we want, is this kind of thing where you just toggle it on and off, right? And then this little, like these tabs, like this would maybe be inside of like a box, which I again can't seem to spell. Nope. Okay, we've already got one. Oh no, we need to put that. Let's just, there we go. And we can now just add some CSS and I don't know, display. Actually, you know what? Let's just see what we're getting like in terms of. Let's just make like a little. Okay, so we're getting that, and then maybe we make the height like 100%, and so now we can like we can either do like display grid, then we can place the item center, and now this would work because that's what I was trying to do before. Sorry, center, but that's obviously just horrible and way too low, which was what I was expecting anyway. Way to counteract that though, just decrease the height. And you can just like, you can maybe just come down to like 50%. And then we can just like vertically align them by, I don't know, is it align? I never know if it's align contents, align, no. I think it's align, oh no, actually, it should just work with text aligner, I think. And that way it's just a bit like, I don't know. I don't really know. Does that look alright? Maybe. That looks okay to me. It's like straightforward enough. And because we're using display grid, we can use a gap, right? We can use a gap of like. So because we're going to add the toggle icon, and maybe we want to add a couple of other things as well. So maybe we'd make it like, so that's what, 10, it's like 40px. Let's go like, I don't know, what's like 4 times 6, let's go 64. And then below this we can just add in our thingy button. Okay, and that will work. Okay, that's like way too low. So wait, what's it by default then? Oh, there's already a lot of space by default, which is weird. Let's find out like what that is. I don't really know like why there's so much space. Is it trying to fit all them in the center maybe? Okay, that's a bit crazy. But let's see what it's like without the grid, because I'm guessing that's what's yeah. Okay, so it is the grid that's like causing that. Like maybe that'll bring no. So that still doesn't bring them closer together. I don't know why there's such like a huge gap. So I think I don't know. Maybe the smaller the percentage, like the more further away or something. Yeah, that's strange. But you know, I mean that looks yeah, it looks okay. And then also like we need to also change the icon. So again, we could yeah, like we could maybe on some level well actually, to be honest, so the theme toggle button we should really sorry, no, not the theme toggle button, sorry, the menu button. We should, you know, have a way that we can display one or the other, right? So maybe it's like because I think always right it starts not being clicked. So we could say I don't really know about this though. We could say clicked. No. It's clicked right. Okay, so it's something I need to get correct with because I remember I think I was having issues with this before. It's like clicked is not like a. It's more of like a switch, right? It's like a toggle, like as opposed to like true or false. So I don't think that'll work in the way I'm thinking it's gonna work. Can try it though, but I don't think that's gonna work. So I could just be like, sorry, close. Is it close icon? Cross 1, I think. Let's just start again for a second. Let's just go back to the beginning. Yeah, okay. So we want it the other way around. Okay, so that actually does, I suppose, in fact work. Sorry, clicked. Yeah, of course, because you want it like when it's open, right? Okay, sorry, I've done that twice. Nope, still not having it. What did I do? I didn't close this one. So there you go. Honestly, I'm happy enough with that for now. That's fine for me for now. So now that is essentially what we wanted to do. Only thing is now because it's position fixed. Also, this is a link. I don't know why. Oh, that's nice. We're getting like some weird line happening. Yeah, that won't be able to happen on this view because we haven't got access to that menu button that would make that happen. So, so that's that sort of sorted. But yeah. Well, I've got done what I needed to get done. I'm happy with that, so I can cross that off now. And so we've added tabs for navigation. So this is we just recap what we've done. So we've got these nice Vercel like tabs that you can that like glide across, which is really nice. And then we've also added now some mobile like navigation, and we can. So the only thing is, okay, I don't know why it took so long. Let's try that again. Yeah, so the only thing is that when we click, and I think last time I just like upon like clicking one of the items or something, it would. I mean, no. So upon clicking any link, it should reset. It should just completely. It should automatically close that and like navigate to that route. For some reason, I don't know. It's not. It doesn't seem to be happening for me. So I don't quite know what I need to change. I'm just trying to remember what it was. Yeah, I'll quickly try and figure this out and then wrap up. So I think right, okay. Doesn't seem to be the problem. Okay. Don't know. Some things. Okay. It should. I mean, one thing I could do, but I don't really want to do it. It's kind of hacky because I don't think I did that before. Like I was going to say would just be just to, of course, just toggle the click again. But like, I don't think that's what we would need to do. Yeah, it doesn't feel like that's what we need to actually do. So I don't want to then, because then that requires then you'd have to pass the toggle down to the tabs component. That's another thing that it has to now consider. When I don't think that's what I had done before, so I'm just trying to figure out what I missed out from the last time I did this. Right now I can't seem to tell. Yeah, let's go back to the nav bar. So okay, toggle clicked. And what about, okay, let's go to the page level back on my other project. Just quickly trying to look at what I did. Yeah, no, that shouldn't matter actually. Because I think it's only in the container, isn't it? Okay. Really interesting. Clicked, toggle clicked. Yeah, I don't know. So okay, so when we click on a new route, yeah, I actually can't remember how I figured this out last time. Like, there's definitely something I did to get it to work. We can get rid of that on click wherever it is. I'll change that in a second. Yeah, I don't know. What did I do? Ideally, the desired functionality is that it would actually just go to that route, right? This is, because it's just staying open like where it shouldn't be. It's staying open where it shouldn't be. Hmm. Trying to figure out what it is. I mean, I'll figure it out at some point. Maybe for now we can leave that, but that's definitely something to kind of fix up a bit. Is to get that to have like the desired functionality that you'd actually navigate to like a different route upon that. So I've got the wrap. Yeah, I'm not too sure. We'll have to figure that out a bit later on. So if I refresh this now, right? So yeah, if I refresh it, so that's the interesting thing, is that if I refresh it, it goes back. I suppose, because it's client-side routing, right? I don't know, maybe... I'd also like, I'd kind of like for it to kind of fade in as well. It would be kind of nice to have like... So, yeah, just to avoid creating like lots of divs, I'll probably just create like a I almost wrote class name, like const. I'll just say const mobile like now or something. We can just create a function that takes an empty object for now, and then I want to just change these boxes to like... Oh no, I can use my fade component, right? I create a component that like will automatically fade something in. And is it taking CSS? Let's have a look. Yes, it does. It does. Yeah. Okay, that's much better. We don't need to create this CSS thing now. There we go. Cool. Nice. Cool. Okay. I suppose, yeah, it doesn't, because it's position fixed. So it's not yeah, of course it's not re-rendering, is it? So I think what we had here is that we had some kind of switch going on where like we checked for one thing, and but I think this nav bar though, that's the top level thing. I know you can't see what's on my screen, so it looks like I'm just I guess I'm just talking to myself, to be honest. But I'm doing things exactly the same way that I did on my last project, but I can't seem to get the same outcome of like when you go here and you click on like a different page, it doesn't seem to like know to close, but it's because there's no like kind of refreshing happening. It's all like this, as far as this is concerned, its position is fixed, right? So even when you change the route, it's kind of which is why I was thinking that maybe it, like before, I use some kind of logic to switch on and off, but I'm not too sure. I'll go back to the mobile menu. So mobile. Yeah, I'm not sure, but it's fine. I'll fix that later. figured that one out. But made some decent progress though. I'm quite happy with the progress. No. I thought about doing a root.push. That's not gonna fix things. So that's fine. So that's cool. I'll get that working at some point. But the main important thing is that we're kind of like where we want to be with this right now. So I'm happy enough there. Yeah. Nice. Awesome. Cool. All right. I'm gonna wrap that one up. Almost hitting 5 hours this time. Not quite, but yeah. Thanks to everyone that's joined. Appreciate it, and have a good rest of the evening or day wherever you are. And thanks for joining in with the stream. Just to kind of go over it again and wrap up. So what we did was that we implemented this lovely hover interaction now. So that is was inspired by Emil Kurowski. I still need to get it to be a little bit more center. I think it's just out. It's just a little bit out. But apart from that, it's like it looks fine. I think 8px is like a bit too much the other way. Like it's just I don't know. I think this is fine, to be honest. That's fine. So we've done that, and then the second thing that we did also was we managed to get like a responsive navigation, where now we can switch between routes. The only problem that we're having now is that it doesn't close itself. So that's going to be like the next issue to fix. I will probably be back on streaming tomorrow, hopefully, and I think if I do, I'll probably take a little break from this, and I'll be working on my design system, which I'm currently building out. For it's essentially for personal projects, but I'll also be making it open source as well, for other people to use if they wish. So it takes a lot of the principles from like Stitches, in terms of how it's built, and it uses a lot of Radix components as well. Which I showed earlier in the stream, so that's going to be a really cool project. I've kind of started it, and the stuff it's in motion. This is what I was creating Figma some weeks ago. I was working on this, so it's just about now taking all of these things and putting them in code. So that's that, and I've also got a whole bunch of components that I've kind of worked on. So that's what I'll be doing tomorrow, and I'll probably be doing that a bit more throughout next week. I don't know why these are so far away from each other. That's going to be the next week, and I'm starting my Figma for Devs course as well from Monday onwards, and that should be done by the end of the week. Be putting out a couple of videos a day. So thanks again for joining, and we'll catch you guys in the next one.